he's not. Hi, Jeff.
Sunday, this is the Inland County, Santa Ana. Temperatures are warming just a little bit.
Hi, I'm not ready.
That's fine.
Oops, Gavin's here already. I'm not ready. So I'm letting Gavin in, and then I'm turning off. I'm going to say hello, and then I'm turning off my microphone. I've got to feed some kitties. Hi, Gavin.
That's fine.
59 at night, mountain area is clear, beautiful.
All right. And then I need to get everything. So I'm turning off my mic, Jeff, but can you, oh, I need to make you a co-host. So, hi, Gavin.
Hello.
Oh, I'm waving, but my video is off. This is Laura. So I'm not quite ready. So Jeff is going to watch the waiting room, and I'm going to turn off my mic and feed a couple of kitty cats so that they don't yowl during our meeting. I see you have a dog on top of a, is that a real dog? Oops, your mic is off. Your mic is off.
It was a fox.
Was?
Yeah.
Not alive? Okay.
No.
All right. Well, my cats here are alive, so I want to feed them so they don't yowl during the meeting. So I'm gonna mute myself, and you can yak with Jeff. Thanks.
Good evening.
Hi, Michael. You made it through. We're going to wait until Laura starts the meeting approximately at 6:30 for everybody to chat and talk.
That's fine. Just saying.
Hi, everyone.
Good evening.
I'm still printing a few things, so you're going to see me come and go out of the screen. But, okay, Jeff Camp, you've muted everybody during the first 15 minutes when it's a reception and check-in. Everyone can and should be unmuted. And you can talk to each other if you would like. But once the meeting starts, we'll mute. Anyway, so I'm going to mute because I'm still printing and doing some errands around here.
which is only projection, is that somewhere towards the end of the year, the beginning of 2021, we will know whether we have a safe and effective vaccine.
Hey, Lizzie, welcome.
Hello, everyone. How are you?
I made it in.
Hi again, everybody.
Hello,
There.
Laura.
You know, everybody knows we have to sing happy birthday to Laura today,
Yes,
right? In unison,
yes.
like,
Yesterday.
no, today. Today's her birthday.
Oh, great.
I can take care of that, guys.
Birthday is it today?
Say again?
Whose birthday is it?
Laura's.
Laura.
Oh,
Laura.
Dorit was yesterday.
Whose?
Dorit.
Oh, Doris'
All right,
birthday?
well, I've got something special, so I'll make sure to
Oh.
attribute to both of them.
Okay,
Oh,
cool.
sweet. Birthday people. Hey, Gavin. Hey, Hugh. Hey, Liz. Hey, Dorit. Hey, Jeff. Michael, Isa, Sarah, the other Greg, Shelly, Ara.
Just want to wish Laura a happy 21st birthday.
I know,
21st,
21.
yes.
You're a Leo, Laura?
I'm not only a Leo, but
No.
I'm about to adopt my father's pattern, which he said he was always 29.
Well,
Well,
more
you're not-
importantly, you're a Leo.
I am
I'm
a Leo.
as well. It's like the best thing to be.
Because, I mean, I like it, but why?
Because you're a cat.
Well,
And it's because
there is that, and I have a lot of them too.
Awesome. It's just like the best zodiac sign you can be. Hi, Lizzie.
Hello.
How are you?
Oh, well, I think I threw my back. So
Oh, no.
yeah, I'm gonna have to stretch tomorrow.
Poor dear.
I have been bonding with my couch a little bit too much, probably.
I know the feeling.
So yeah.
Okay, I'm watching for quorum, but I don't believe we're even quite close to it.
It doesn't look like it.
It's only 6:40.
I know that. Hey, we have a lot of people here in the room, thank you, but not all of them are board members.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I think I'm counting 8, whoops, including me.
Yeah, I got 8
Counted 9.
for everybody.
Nine.
I got 9 too.
We got 9. Need 13. Well, we need 5 minutes plus 13, because I can't call it to order till minimum of 6:45. So.
Hey, everybody.
Hi,
Hey.
John.
Hey, John.
Howdy, John.
Hi, John.
Hey. Well, that was satisfying. I said hi to everybody, and I got hi John's back.
Right.
Can the person whose last 4 numbers, 4785, and their phone number say who they are?
Lori Lombardi.
Thank you, Lori.
So Jeff, what's the ETA for the shelter in your guys' parking lot? It's still September 1?
That I can give a little bit of an update during the CD10 report. But yeah, we're almost in the final stretch.
Okay, don't want you to talk sooner than you need to.
Okay, so hi, Chase. I see that you're here. For tonight, I will make you a co-host when your presentation is, but not
Sure.
for the whole time.
Sure, whenever it's
Okay.
good for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, Chase, I'm really impressed. You're at the gym.
I'm actually working out right now.
Oh, I'm very, very impressed. You look very relaxed with someone working out.
I know, yes. I mean, that's how easy it is to work out in our gyms. We make it look so effortless.
Hats off to you.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hello. Who's that?
Here you go.
Hugo?
Yeah. How's
Hugo.
everyone doing? Hola.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Bien, bien.
Very
I think we have 13 people now.
I'm counting 12. Who's the
1,
third?
2,
You may not be wrong. I'm just.
4.
Okay, let me look at this again.
I came 2 minutes before the meeting call to order. I tried to
Right.
be fast.
Yay, you're early.
Trying.
I think we are 1 person short.
That's what I think too.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I'm going back to my email because I want to make sure nobody of our board is having trouble getting in and texting or emailing me. Not so far. Okay, well, we're just waiting for one.
Mike, my brother says hi. I can't hear you, Greg.
Thank you. I'll put the mute. You should join us. Robert should join us in these efforts. Join his sister, the tag team.
You know what? He's actually going to the office every day.
Oh man.
They're getting ready.
They're gonna work them hard.
And now they're dealing with ants in the office.
Yeah.
On top of everything else.
Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna be interesting. Ethan.
All right, well,
Well,
we're
12.
definitely sitting around and waiting. I'm gonna start dialing for dollars, as it were.
Evening, Myers.
Sorry, Ethan. Hey, Ethan. It's 1, 2. Three, 4. I see 9 members.
There were 12 before.
Laura, Greg, Hugh, Lizzie, Dorit, Gavin, John, Lisa, Nancy, Hugo.
Oh, me, Greg?
Yeah. Mike?
Yeah, I'm here.
And
Michael.
now it's down to 12.
Michael, hey man.
Yeah, we're down to we were at
Good to
we've been
hear
at
you.
12. I'm trying to
You
find
didn't hear
a
the
13.
kicking and screaming, me being dragged into the 21st century?
Brother, I love you for that, man.
You
Virtual
should see
hug
the
to you.
scrap marks. I've
It's
got
okay,
no
brother.
fingernails.
It's okay. You get some scar tissue. You'll be okay. You'll be okay. You get some. Welcome, brother. I'm thinking about you.
We had 13, now we're down to 12.
We never. Hey, Janie, it's
That's right.
Laura. We're waiting. We can't start the meeting without Laura.
I counted 13 at one time.
You know, I counted to 13 once also.
Well,
I'm
somebody
saying-
has deserted us.
That was such a joke, right?
We had 13. Janie's joining us in 3 minutes, and I'm calling Raheem. Oh, Raheem's here. We've got 13. Okay. Well, we'll have 13 in a
Where's Raheem
moment.
at? Sweetness.
Okay.
2, 3.
We can call our meeting to order. Yay for us. So I'm going to, Jeff, Camp,
That's Laura.
do you think I need to call roll, since I've taken roll, to call the meeting to order? What do you think?
No, I think you should be all right.
All right, so calling the meeting to order. My name is Laura Myers, and I am the chair of this meeting because I'm also the president of the Neighborhood Council. For those who are starting out on Zoom, welcome to this. I find it really high touch. It's not just high tech, but I want to give you a couple of tips. If you're watching us on the computer, you have a black screen in front of you. If you could take your cursor down to the bottom of the screen, you'll see the word participants. If you would click on that and bring it up, you'll see a box and you'll see all the names of the people, but more importantly for our purposes, you will see at the bottom the ability to raise your hand. So it's a little raise your hand function, and that is how you let us know that you would like to be called on during the course of this meeting. So I am going to share the screen with our agenda. And we always say, please forgive us that we're not perfect at this yet. And so I need to sometimes work slowly to find the things I wish to share. And I apologize for that. Here we go. And obviously, I'll start at the start. So we're calling the meeting to order, and the first item of business is the approval of the agenda. So what I'm going to do before I make other comments about how this meeting runs is I'm going to, can everybody see the screen? Okay, I'm going to run through its multiple pages, and everybody who's a board member received this agenda. But I will need a motion and a second to either approve the agenda as presented or a request for a change. So
I move to approve the agenda.
Second.
Is that a sigh?
Yes.
Yes?
Greg
And do I have a
it.
second?
Yes, Greg Jackson.
Greg. Okay, it's been moved by Asai, seconded by Greg. Although I am not going to do a BAC on this, I think I have to call a roll anyway, because we don't have a voting function. So all in favor, Asai?
Aye.
Dorit?
Yes.
Gavin?
Yes.
John? Arnold? You may unmute yourself for votes.
Yes.
Carlos?
Yes, I'm here. Yep.
Okay, and Tori is still absent, is that correct? When I share the screen, I cannot see the participants. So Jeff, I'd like you to be unmuted. So if I say, is so-and-so absent, you can answer. So is Tori still absent?
Yes.
Is Gabriella here or absent?
Absent.
Absent. Jorge is absent. I am here. Yes. Hugo?
I'm here as well.
No, I know, but are you voting yes to approve the agenda?
Oh, yes. Sorry about that.
Paula Southern?
No.
Okay. Raheem?
Yes.
Is Isaac Diaz here?
No.
Okay, Marielle is absent. Q, Moore?
Yes.
Cordell is absent. Michael?
Yes.
Kimbrough. Okay, Chris Carlson, has she arrived?
Yes.
Okay, Greg?
Yes.
Nancy?
Yes.
Has Janie arrived?
Yes.
Okay, and you approve the agenda as presented? Hi, Janie.
Yes. Hi.
I see a little one.
Mm-hmm.
Lizzie?
Yes.
And is Najee here?
No.
No. Okay. So agenda is approved as presented. The first item is public comments and announcements, 1 minute per person, and these are for items not on the agenda, and Jeff asked to speak first. So Jeff Camp.
Thank you, Laura. I'm going to be sharing my screen for just a moment. This is for Laura and Dorit. Dorit's birthday was yesterday. Laura's birthday is today. So everybody on 3. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Laura and Dorit. Sounds so bad. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
And many more.
That's lovingly bad. That's so cute.
Okay, thank you very much.
My
Okay,
God, that was a train wreck.
well, I would say we're not trying out for America's Got Talent as a
Yeah.
voice. We're not.
It wasn't us, it was Zoom.
Yeah. That's it. That's definitely it. Is there any, if you have any other public comment, would you please raise your hand in the little blue Zoom raise your hand sort of way? And let me see if I see any raised hands, and I do not. So
Yes,
Lucy has her hand raised.
Where?
I just lowered it, but she had her
Okay.
hand raised.
Can you hear
Okay,
me? Can you hear me?
I
Yes.
can.
I can.
Okay. Oh, just making sure. Hello, everyone. Just making sure that people still know that the 311 bulky item pickup still works. They're still picking up during the pandemic. So make sure your neighbors and everyone still know you put them out there. They'll stay out there until someone calls. I've been noticing a lot of items still out there, and maybe your neighbor doesn't know, but let's get the word out. Hasn't stopped yet. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comment? That was Rosie. Okay, so even though we absolutely just approved the agenda exactly as it was presented, I see that Gabriella is not yet here. She emailed me this morning to confirm she would like to be elected as secretary, just as she told us last month. We did say last month she needs to be in the room to be elected. So I would like to ask forbearance, and move that down. And we're recording this right now, but is there anybody willing to take interim minutes until we can elect, hopefully, Gabby as secretary? I know, Dorit, you want me not to ask you. So we are recording this. So in a sense, we don't need to, and we'll be doing BACs, but if anyone was willing to take minutes, and I will also call Gabby shortly to make sure she knows how to get online. Oy. Okay, well, she's late. She's gonna have to listen to the recording. Is it okay with you all that we move on to the next item? Raise your hands. You're all muted. Raise your blue. Okay, however, fine. The item next, number 4, is affirm Hugo Rodriguez as UNNC signatory. This is a financial officer position. We had actually voted last month to appoint Hugo as a signatory, but we were informed by the city clerk's funding team that we actually have to appoint him specifically as our signer and our card holder. And the card holder, so although we understood the signatory position is that, we have to redo that motion. So the motion would be, just as it's stated on the agenda, affirm Hugo Rodriguez as UNNC signatory, a financial officer position, appoint Hugo Rodriguez specifically as UNNC signer and card holder. So I would need a motion and a second.
Motion.
Sorry?
I'll make the motion to appoint and assign Hugo as our signatory.
Okay, and is there a second?
Nancy second.
Okay, Nancy Cruz seconds. Okay, and since this involves money, those who can vote are only those who are up to date on both ethics and funding training. So if you know that you're not, when I get to you, please say ineligible. Asai. And please now unmute yourself so we can work through this efficiently. Asai.
Yes.
Thank you. Dorit?
Yes.
Gavin?
Yes.
John Arnold?
Yes.
Carlos, I'm assuming they did not get the Cornerstone information to you.
You're
to
gonna
take the
exercise?
test. Carlos?
Ineligible, correct. You're correct, Laura.
Okay, so you're ineligible. Is Tori here yet?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Is Gabby here yet? No. Okay. And George is absent. I vote yes. Hugo,
I abstain, right?
okay. Paula is absent. Is that right? Raheem,
Yes.
is Isaac still absent? Guess so. Marielle is absent. Hugh,
Yes.
Cordell is absent. Michael,
Yes.
Chris, did we resolve the issue yet?
Nope, we have not. I
Darn.
abstain.
So we're gonna get that done. We have a we're gonna get that done, but I'm writing you down as ineligible. Greg,
Yes.
Nancy,
Yes.
Janie,
Yes.
and Lizzie.
Yes.
And Najee is absent. So yes, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No nays, 1 abstain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 absent, and 2 ineligible. Okay, motion passes. Next item on the agenda is Council District 10 report. Jeff Camp.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Switching hats here real quick. Dorit had brought up where we are on the bridge housing at the district office. It is pretty much all said and done. The only thing that was reported this morning is that the service provider still has not signed the contract, so that's the only thing that I'm aware of that's holding it back. There will be a groundbreaking or a grand opening sort of thing, but I don't think that the public is going to be allowed to tour. I know Tori had asked whether or not she could bring some people over to tour the facility, but with COVID-19, I don't see that as a possibility. If that changes, I can reach out and let everybody know. And once I do know the actual date of the quote grand opening and that they will start accepting clients, I can let you guys know that as well. The other issue that I have to report is something that first came to my attention yesterday in an email with further information this morning in a phone call from Laura. And that is the Rhymes Performing Arts Center,
right,
which is happening at the corner of Manhattan and Washington. I've given all the information to Laura, and we are investigating as to what happened and why this fell through the cracks. And as soon as I know more information, I will immediately share that with Laura so that she can pass it on to the board.
Well, and I'm here, I'm sharing a screen. Can you guys see that? Can everybody see that?
Negative.
Can anybody see that?
Yes.
Yes, we can all see it.
So Jeff, let's be sort of less polite. And this is not CD10's fault. Chris found, driving by, saw a bulldozer and was wondering why, what's going on. And when we checked Building and Safety's website, there's no building permit for demolition that's been issued according to the Building and Safety website. However, according to the people working there, and they showed me not just a permit, kind of flashed it at me, but a whole bunch of sign-offs from Building and Safety. They say they do have a permit. So this is kind of a conundrum. But what this is the corner of Manhattan Place in Washington, right by the council office. So it's the northeast corner. As I'm looking at this image, if this is actually what they're building, the door is opening on Manhattan Place. Yep. It's a fabulous coup for us to have the Debbie Allen Center, but this is completely not compliant with any of the design guidelines or redevelopment plan or the CPIO. that we worked so hard to get. There's no doors on Washington. There's very few windows. I mean, from a design point of view, I don't understand it, and we don't understand. So I've been talking to CD10 why we didn't know about this, and CD10 doesn't seem to know about it either, but except for the fact that Herb Wesson was in fact at the groundbreaking ceremony a month ago that we also didn't know about. But I don't know that he knew that we didn't know anything. I mean, in other words, it's a really strange conundrum because Building and Safety's website is showing this as no demolition permit has been approved or issued, and no clearances have been given from city planning or the redevelopment or the historical. There's no clearances. So it's a conundrum. Do I need to keep this up on the screen, or can I stop the share?
No, you can stop it.
Okay. So Jeff, I know you had some talk with your CD10 staff, but it's correct that no one seems to know much about it. Is that right?
Correct. We don't know why it hasn't triggered any notices to you guys, or why. We got to find out where the loop happened. So, and that's what's being looked into as we speak. So as soon as I have any information, I will share it with you directly, and you can share with the board.
Right. And again, it's a real coup to have a project like this. It's just, I'm flummoxed, frankly, that we knew.
Yeah,
nothing.
it's going to be absolutely great. But
Yeah.
let's see what happens so it doesn't happen again. Unless there are any questions from anybody, and those who may be new to this meeting, I'm UNNC's representative for CD10. So let me give you my contact information. I can be reached via email at jeff.camp@lacity.org, and my city cell is 323-733-7081. And if I'm not your deputy or you're outside of my grid, I will make sure to connect you with your deputy. But I cover most of Jefferson Park. So I go all the way from Exposition to south of the freeway, basically Crenshaw and jig-jagging western down towards Arlington, or down western. So there's a couple of hands raised, Laura. Nancy.
I know, I see Nancy Cruz, then Dorit.
Hi, Jeff. I was just wondering if you can talk a little bit more about the LA City Council Public Safety Survey.
Yes. I have the link to that. I will be putting it out on all of the Facebooks tomorrow. In fact, what maybe I'll do is I'll post it in the chat window, and you can copy and paste it from there. We are soliciting as much community input as we possibly can get. So please feel free to answer questions on the survey and provide your input. Thank you, Nancy. That's a great reminder. And I will add it to the chat as soon as I'm finished here.
Okay, and I'll make a side note that the black screen, if you take your cursor down to the bottom, next to the word participants is the word chat. We do not have group chat. What we do have is that the hosts and co-hosts can post, so we mostly do it for motions, or as Jeff's about to do, for information to give to you, but we do not have chat among ourselves. Dorit.
Jeff, could I ask you a big fave? We don't have any pictures of what the new Bridge Home Shelter behind your building looks like. Would it be possible for you to go over there next time you're on camp at the office and take some photos? It would make it really helpful when we're out doing engagement. I'm not speaking as a UNNC person now, I'm speaking as a homeless service provider. It'd make it really helpful when we're out doing engagement to show the ladies what it's gonna look like, because they're so used to the really unattractive shelters downtown. So if you could sneak in and take a couple of photos, I'll make you a dozen cookies, okay?
I will try to do it. I may not be able to do the inside. In fact, the insides are completely blank because it's up to the service provider to fill it in with the equipment they're looking for. but I can certainly take pictures of the building outside and the layout of, like, you know, their patio and the grass and landscaping and stuff like that. I'll be happy to do that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Lizzie.
Yes, I would like to, as recent appointed area rep for this side of Jefferson Park, I would like to commend Jeff Camp's help with many of the issues that are ongoing on our street, the 31st Street Quality of Life Committee is bombarding him with all kinds of requests, and he has to deal with multiple agencies, and many of the problems are chronic, and we really appreciate your help, Jeff, and also the lack of SLOs in our area is really hurting us, and I appreciate your being our advocate at the CPAP meeting. So if more of us can attend the CPAP meetings and really speak out about the fact that we don't have, we're lacking, we're missing 2 SLOs, and that is really affecting our quality of life. So for the next one, it would be really, really great if we
I was muted, otherwise you would have heard me say, "Aw, shucks." But thank you. Sometimes we don't get that often in these jobs, but you know, I'm glad things are starting to shape up and we're getting more of those agencies out there.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, Hugh.
So Jeff, I think it is probably a great coup that the Debbie Allen studio is coming, and I'm, you know, think you'll find it hard to find a bigger fan than I am of hers. But the city council member showing up to do a groundbreaking on a new building in the community where the community has had no input, no say whatsoever. This is, you know, yay, a good coup. You know, this is a slight to the community. I mean, we should have all been able to celebrate with them, not be told afterwards, where now I have to go. I'm a community representative and I was given no opportunity for input on this, and now it's already decided.
Yeah, no, I hear you, and that's one of the things being investigated, because like I said, I didn't even hear anything about this until it was brought to my attention by Laura and Chris, and that was just yesterday. And then when I learned that, yes, we had some council members there for the groundbreaking, I'm like, well, wait a minute, that was a perfect press opportunity. What happened to that? So it's as Laura said, it's a conundrum, and we will get to the bottom of it.
Right, and
more than a conundrum, but.
Okay, Raheem, you're next.
Hi, Jeff.
Hello there.
So Jeff, ever since we ran into you 2 months ago, my son has been obsessed with you for giving him that flag. So every time we go for a walk now, he wants to go see his friend Jeff. And so when you were talking right now, I was like, oh, that's Jeff. And he wanted to say hi, so.
Well, howdy. I'm glad you liked your flag. Hopefully when you come by on another walk, I might have another surprise.
Say bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Oh. Okay. Anybody else?
Tori's here.
Hi, Tori. Did you have any questions for Jeff? Or I should close public comment because we have run out of time.
No, this is actually CD10.
I should close CD10 because we've also run out of time on the agenda. It's 7:14
That's fine.
now.
That's perfectly fine.
Sorry.
I just have one question.
Of course you do. Go ahead, Tori.
I just want to ask, is there a possibility we can get a tour of the new housing right there at some point?
Yes, Tori. You were not on when you asked, when I answered that, but I did attribute the question to you. I don't believe anyone will be able to tour the facility itself because of COVID. They want to keep it clean, and then they'll start admitting the clients. So if I hear differently, I'll be sure to reach out to you and let you know. And Laura, I'm going to turn it back over to you, but I want to remind everyone, as soon as I'm done here, I will post the link to the public safety survey. So be sure to look at chat and copy and paste it.
Okay, doke. Oh, Chris, you have your hand up instead of a blue hand.
Yeah, where do I get a blue hand? I don't know how to get a blue hand.
Oh, well, I'll tell everybody one more time how to do a blue hand. If you take your cursor on your computer and go to the bottom of the black screen, you'll see the word participants. This is only if you're on your computer. And then if you click on participants, it brings up a box that lists all the participants, but at the bottom of that box is a little rounded corner box that says raise hand. And you click on the raise hand. You can try it now. And that is how you raise, there you go.
Thank you. I didn't know how to do that. Appreciate that. I was just going to ask that maybe, since I understand that with the COVID, we couldn't have a tour, but maybe there could be a virtual tour, a video tour that was available for the community to be able to see it.
Right.
Okay, so we can't have a discussion, or can we? Well, I didn't put any action. We could have discussion. I really, however, would like to move on because of the time, you know, because the last two meetings went to at least 11 o'clock at night. That's why. So, so I'd like to move back on. So the next item on the agenda is the done Department of Neighborhood Empowerment report and update. So Octaviano, did you want to introduce Adriana?
Yes, if I may, Madam Chair.
Okay.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Octaviano Rios with the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. I'm here to pass on the baton to your new neighborhood empowerment advocate / department representative, the exceptional Miss Adriana Cabrera, who I believe is logged on already.
Yes, she is.
So live and or showing her photo. She comes with a very impressive background and experience. So Adriana, thank you for taking up the task to work with this wonderful, wonderful neighborhood council. They're a great community partner, very exceptional. Thank you all for your hospitality while I did go to your meetings in person, and also your hospitality virtually. And especially thank you, Jeff and Laura, for always being accessible and exceptional people overall. This region is really, 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 truly blessed to have this neighborhood council and this council office, mainly because of Jeff. So thank you all. Again, I don't want to take up a lot of time because I know last two meetings, like Laura said, you were here for a long time. I was there with you. So Madam Chair, if I can have Adriana speak.
Sure.
And thank you all. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm just going to jump in, Octaviano, and I did warn her to order pizza in. or chocolate, whichever helps her better.
or coffee.
Hi, Adriana. Welcome to our meeting.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Octaviano, for the introduction. I appreciate it. Good evening, board members and stakeholders. Nice to meet you all. As Octaviano mentioned, my name is Adriana Cabrera. I have 2 years working with the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, and I will be your newly appointed neighborhood empowerment advocate moving forward. So I just want to share a few words about my background. So the neighborhood councils that I work with are the neighborhood councils in the South LA area. I'm also part of the outreach division, and just so that everybody can know, the neighborhood councils I work with are EC Central, Empowerment Congress Central, Empowerment Congress Southwest, Empowerment Congress Southeast, South Central Neighborhood Council, Zapata King, Watts Neighborhood Council, and Central Alameda Neighborhood Council. So prior to joining the department, I also served as a neighborhood council board member for a few years in the Central Alameda Neighborhood Council. Then after that, most of my background and expertise is in community organizing. I've been organizing in South LA since I was 12 years old, and around many different issues that are impacting the community. So if any of you need any advice on outreach and engagement, feel free to reach out to me. That's where I thrive the most. And I just want to take some time to also introduce our Ruth Kwan, who is from the LA City Attorney's Office. She is here on the line with us today, so I want to give her some time to introduce herself so that you all can meet her. Ruth Kwan is working with the South LA Neighborhood Council, so we thought it'd be important for you all to get to know her a little bit, and maybe if she would like to share some words with you all.
Yes, thank you, Adriana. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
So good evening, Madam Chair Myers and board members. Thank you for having me here. I just want to say a few words and introduce myself. I'm a Deputy City Attorney in the Neighborhood Council Advice Division of the City Attorney's Office, which is NCAD for short. I'm assigned to cover your NC among maybe 30 others. And prior to this position, I was a litigator for the City of Los Angeles and at the United States Attorney's Office. And incidentally, I've known Jeff Camp for a couple of years because of matters relating to the Federal Aviation Administration. So my group, NCAD, serves as a legal resource for the neighborhood council system as a whole. So we provide advice not only to the NCs, but also the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, the city clerk's funding program and election programs, those programs that have to do with NCs, the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners, and we provide advice, say, to the City Council for example, for when they need an ordinance that relates to the NC system. So generally speaking, the way my office works is that each NC designates a legal liaison, typically the president or the chair, here Ms. Myers. And if there are any legal questions, those get funneled to her and they're directed to me. So if she needs some legal advice or has a legal concern, she can ask me. Or you can go to Adriana, your new NEA, and she can escalate any questions she may have to me. The only exception, and this is something I wanted to emphasize, is that if you as individual board members have a particular conflicts of interest question or a bias question, please feel free to write me at my email address. That's ruth.kwon, Kwon, @lacity.org. You can tell me, just briefly what your question might be about a future board event, board action, or program, and we can set up a call to advise you on potential conflicts. Now, before turning the floor over to Adriana again, I just wanted to give you a quick preface. So I know that Adriana will be providing some information about the Brown Act today, but we can't provide any legal advice or speak to any specific situation this evening. You can always, as I said earlier, reach out to Laura or Adriana, and we can, after the meeting or at a later date, address any specific question that you may have.
Okay.
So without further ado. Yes.
I would say before we turn it back to Adriana, Jeff Camp has his virtual hand raised. So hosts can't raise their hands. It's in this system. So Jeff, yes?
Ruth wasn't being completely truthful, but I'd like this board to know, and other members of the community, Ruth and her team are the ones who are responsible for the City of LA filing their lawsuit against the next gen implementation, which this board has fought for a very long time. So on that note, I'd like to thank Ruth, and I'm sure she'll carry it back to her team as well.
Thank you, Jeff.
Okay, so back to Adriana. How do you pronounce Adriana? Adriana?
I usually pronounce it Adriana.
Adriana?
But Adriana works as well.
Okay, you're up again.
All right. Thank you, Ruth, for providing an introduction. And I hope, I look forward to working with you all. As part of my report here today, I'm just going to provide a brief review of the Brown Act. I know it's not everyone's favorite subject, but it's very important legislation that governs the neighborhood council. And I know that you have a lot to cover tonight on your agenda, so I will do my best to keep it short and informative. So first, what is the Brown Act? Anybody want to share what your definition of the Brown Act is very briefly?
Okay, and feel free to unmute yourselves, guys, if anyone wants to share, besides me. Well, because Greg has informed me that I speak too much at these meetings. He's not wrong. Not wrong. So does anybody else want to jump in? And because I will. Well, okay. Okay. Oh, I see Dorit's hand is up.
The Brown Act is our sunshine law. It means everything has to be open and above board when we're talking about government agencies and government money, with the exception of a few things like, doesn't affect us, but like personnel matters or matters of pending lawsuits. But everything else needs to be open and above board. Nothing can be done in the back smoky rooms of yesteryear.
Yes, thank you for sharing, Dorit. So yeah, essentially the Brown Act is a state law applied to legislative bodies. So here, for example, in this case, is the neighborhood councils and your committees, as they are also legislative bodies. So what is the purpose of the Brown Act in the intent? The intent is to make sure that public's business is done openly and publicly. Also, relatedly, to provide public the opportunity to give comment before decisions that are being made, right? Which is what happens here in the neighborhood councils. So for example, consider tonight's agenda. When looking at the agenda, it's important that we look at the description that's being provided and the discussions and decisions that are being made, right? And ensuring, you know, that the agenda, for example, in this case, it was posted 72 hours in advance so that the public could look at the agenda and decide if it wishes to attend and give public comment, right, on decisions that are before you today. And tonight, the neighborhood council boards can only discuss the items on this agenda under the Brown Act, and the public may speak on other items that are general public comment, you know, as we had done initially at the beginning of your meeting. But the neighborhood council's board members cannot speak on items that are not on the agenda, right? Just as a reminder. So what is a meeting under the Brown Act? And so a meeting, this is a very important concept, because a meeting constitutes under the Brown Act as any collective gathering or discussion of a certain number of neighborhood council board members or also committee members when the subject relates to neighborhood council business now or in the future. So for example, neighborhood councils have, you know how we have a quorum? So all of that is very important to keep in mind when it comes to the Brown Act. So for instance, for neighborhood councils interpreted to be the least number of members of the neighborhood council or committee to be able to take official action. So for example, here to go more in depth on this matter, because it can be very complicated to kind of look into the Brown Act, as it covers many different subjects. So for example, at UNNC, you have a total of 23 board seats, but as few as 13 for a quorum, right? That's your quorum that you needed to meet. Per your bylaws, a majority of those present can take official action on behalf of the whole neighborhood council. Therefore, 7 is the least number of people who can take action on behalf of the board. So for instance, if you have 6, it's important to remember that 6 is a number to keep in mind if you want to avoid having an improper board meeting. Keep in mind that it also applies to committees. Committees are smaller, so the number can be even lower than 6 for committee meetings. And another important thing to cover is now that you have the number, keep in mind that meetings can take place anywhere, right? A meeting can happen whether in person, in this case it's happening on Zoom, online. It can also happen by the phone. You cannot do a meeting with, teleconferencing. Some folks are actually in the meeting right now on the phone, by email, by text, and by social media. So also keep in mind that meetings do not have to occur with everyone present at the same time. A meeting can occur serially in time. So these are called serial communications, right? So for example, I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with the hub and spoke. So the hub and spoke version of a meeting occurs when one board member or representative of a board member individually contacts other members to discuss an items of business or transactions. So for example, when a person acts as the hub of a wheel, so for example, if let's say, for example, Laura communicates individually with various spokes members, so for example, maybe Rahim, right? And then Rahim communicates with Dorit, right? And so on, so on. And we have to be careful and mindful of the meetings because, or the people that are involved in the conversation, because it can easily escalate to a quorum or more than 6 people. So this centralized network system allows one person to coordinate messages and create a concerted plan to engage in public business through a series of communications that violates the Brown Act. So essentially, this is a term that's used to kind of describe how it can lead. I know some folks maybe send a text message. So it's very important that you keep in mind, when discussing things that are on the agenda or future items, when you connect with board members or with each other in different places, this also includes like if you have a Word document or if you're using an application with more than 6 board members, that can also, trigger like a serial communication. So another example that I want to give you on this matter is a daisy chain. So the daisy chain meeting occurs when one member calls another to discuss business, and the second member calls a third to discuss the conversation, and so on, right? So maybe it's not all of you at once talking, but it's somebody calling a board member, one of you calling another board member, and then that board member calls another board member. So it's not necessarily one person acting as the wheel, it's individually calling and talking about different agenda items. So we have to be very careful on that. So it's just important, to remember that meetings can occur informally, sharing information, collaborating, editing documents, or by expressing disapproval or approval informally via social media. So I know it's a lot of information that I'm mentioning, but when in doubt, you should not discuss, share, or decide any neighborhood council business except at meetings, just so that you can be safe and fully compliant with the Brown Act as well. You do not know if an item might end up on the future board agenda. So use caution in discussing any community concerns or any issues with fellow board members and committee members as well. So I just want to remind everyone again, that this is a learning journey for many of us, including myself. So therefore, it's very important, if you think there is any possibility that a violation of the Brown Act may have occurred, contact your president, Laura, and or myself as soon as possible, and we will be able to reach out to Ruth for legal advice. I can take any questions if you have any on the matter. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to working with you all. And for those of you who wish to contact me, my email address is adriana.cabrera@lacity.org. We also have work cell phones. You can go ahead and call me or send me a text message at area code 213-473-7469. I look forward to working with you all.
Adriana, could you give me that phone again? But hang on, because I am doing 2 things at once, which is I'm typing into the chat box. So the phone number is, again, please.
It's area code 213. 473.
Okay.
7469.
Okay, so everybody, I just threw that into the chat box. And just so everyone knows, at the end of this meeting, if you've opened up group chat, there's near the bottom 3 little dots. And at the end of the meeting, you can click on the little dot and it will allow you to save the chat. And I think all you're getting is the public chat. So you'll get that number, or you can just write it down right now because I've posted it to the chat. Asai has, yes, I see that. Asai has his hand raised.
Hi, Adriana. I'm looking forward to working with you first and foremost. I'm excited. Now, my question is, when it comes to anything that's not an agenda item, but is probably going to be something to go down the ladder, probably let's say the month over, but since it's not in the agenda, can people theoretically discuss about it? Let's say if one person or myself decides to talk to a board member or an executive board member, talk about it, and then that's myself again decides to talk about it with someone else. Is that legally allowable or no?
Well, it really depends. Thank you for your question, Esai. I look forward to working with you too. This is a very important question because it really depends. It's on a case-by-case basis, but I think to be safe, it's important to look at your quorum. And as I had mentioned, your magic number is 6. Making sure to be safe, I would say no more than discussing something, no more than 6 people. Because once, I mean, this board is a lot, it's 23 people, right? So your quorum is 13. And it's important to look at the number 6 because you can go ahead and let's say, for example, talk to Laura about an item that you want to put in the agenda, right? But I think the importance is making sure that you're discussing maybe the administrative component of it and not really focus on the decision or influencing a decision or your position on it, just to be safe. That's the most important thing to remember. It's when you start talking about the merit of it and like when it kind of becomes something that, when more than 6 people, when it becomes something where you're like looking into the gray line of like, I wouldn't say illegal, but something that will violate the Brown Act.
Right. I'm going to jump in. What I've read about the Brown Act, it's as long as you're not trying to reach a desired outcome, you know, to come to a conclusion so you already know, for example, what, meaning a small group of you already know what the motion would be and how you want people to vote. You can probably have a discussion about this, you know, with any executive board member. This is an item that is important and should be on an agenda, but not how you want the result to be. I mean, the city is very strict with HPOZ board members. They're not, if they're discovered having talked about any item that might be on a future agenda, not just among themselves, but with us, you know, a community member, they could be recused permanently from that item. That's in that ordinance. So the Brown Act doesn't have it quite so strong, but we need to just be careful about not trying to talk about conclusions for an item that's not yet on an agenda in a serial sort of way. Now, we're going to be picking committee chairs and co-chairs later this evening. Committee chairs and co-chairs, if they're together on a committee and they're planning agendas and planning out a series of agendas, is probably they can't help but end up talking about what might be a conclusion. I see that Ruth has her hand up and she may be disagreeing with me. Hi, Ruth.
No,
Calling on you.
Madam Chair, thank you. So just a couple of caveats and basically to echo what both Adriana and Madam Chair Myers said. So you do have to be careful about a committee, and I was trying to quickly look up your bylaws, but you also want to make sure that the people who are discussing the matter do not make up the magic number of the committee of any particular committee, because a committee can also constitute a legislative body. Also, while the case law does discuss coming to a collective decision or a concurrence, there are also cases that suggest that exchanging information alone could constitute deliberation. So you don't want to get anywhere close to that when you're having discussions. So exchanging information, editing documents, expressing, you know, even slight approvals on Facebook with a thumbs up, you don't, it can be a very informal type of deliberation that could constitute a Brown Act violation.
Okay, Doreen?
Going back to committees, I know that the other neighborhood council I was on in another district altogether, our committees were restricted from having more than 6 people who were board members on the committee. So I think we ought to consider that as well, so we don't wind up having any violations that were just discussed.
Okay, before Asai jumps in, actually the committee structure for United Neighborhoods Neighborhood Council is we do not appoint committee members, period. When a committee meets, we've appointed the chair, we might have appointed a co-chair. Either or both of those people could be non-board members. We have a rather loose structure. And anyone who attends the committee meeting in that particular night, usually night, is deemed a member of the committee only for that night. They may participate fully, they may make motions, they may vote, but the committees are solely making recommendations to the governing board. And that's in our approved standing rules, that description. So it would be very seldom that 6 board members routinely go to any particular committee, or more than 6, but they're not appointed at all.
But still, isn't it, would it be a violation of the Brown Act? I'm asking the Dunn reps here. Would it be a violation of the Brown Act if there indeed was more than 6 board members at a committee meeting and they were all actively participating? Just for my own knowledge.
Yeah, so that's part of the reason why it's important. And I think I love the way that you set up your committees because it makes it less complicated. But yes, neighborhood councils need to be very careful when you go to a committee where there's more than 6 people. But just to be safe, what I would recommend is having your chair and co-chair, and then you know, either way, you as a board member, you can go ahead and send maybe some concerns you may have, or maybe stakeholders are bringing to your attention and connecting them with the chair and the co-chair. Those are best practices. But I actually want to let you know that we are going to, me and my colleague Karen Hernandez and Thomas, we're part of the South LA team, it's 3 of us now. We're going to be launching 2 trainings this month. One is going to be covering secretary training, so going over the agenda setting and different policies that govern the secretary's role and responsibilities, including revising the bylaws. And also we're going to be doing a second training on committees. A lot of the neighborhood councils that we have do not have any committees that are active. So what we are doing is we are going to have a training later this month. We're still putting it together, but once this meeting ends tomorrow morning, I'm gonna go ahead and send you all the information. I just need an approval from my supervisor, but we're gonna discuss things like this, and we're gonna go over strategic, different strategies for you all to kind of do outreach, but also to structure your committees in a way that you keep in mind the key roles that you're gonna have coming, you know, when it comes to activating your committee. Because what happens is that there's a lot of people that attend your committee, but if you don't give them something to do or to participate in, like a role, then a lot of them leave, right? So we want to do long-term engagement, and I can definitely cover that, Dorit. I'll send an invitation to the board as soon as it's done, so that we can go over more in depth in that conversation about committees, because it can be intimidating for people to facilitate committees and or learn how to do agendas and all of that process that constitute with you chairing a committee.
Okay. I know you still have your hand up, but I'm still following up on this. Adriana, and I guess, our committee structure has been what it is from the inception, and this is most pertinent to land use committee, but it may be pertinent to others. Our area reps, so we have 12 of them. If an item is on a committee agenda that is within their footprint, geographic footprint responsibility, technically per our standing rules, which by the way, you know, have been approved, they are required at least one of the 2 to attend that meeting. So if a particular planning and zoning committee meeting has 3 items on it and they are in 3 different regions, you already have too many. On the other hand, it's a Brown Act compliant meeting. So I'm not really clear why there'd be a problem with too many board members, because the alternative is not to require the area reps to show up for this or that or the other agenda item, but then we come to these meetings and they know nothing. And not only that, they haven't shared the information with the people they represent. So, you know, I think there's never been a complaint, a Brown Act complaint about how we conduct our business at public notice, Brown Act compliant committee meetings. So we can talk about it later, but I don't think it's at all appropriate to say we can only have 6 board members, because that means I either have to have more land use committee meetings to handle every single case so we can spread it out, or or the regions don't get representation at their own cases. So it's food for thought. We don't need and can't have a discussion tonight, but because we don't have time. But we can talk about it later. Asai, I know your hand's still up. Sorry.
Yeah, I know we're running out of time, so I'm just gonna make this a quick comment. So normally I'm all in favor of following the rules, especially when it comes to Brown Act, when it comes to any type of legalese in general. But at the end of the day, the problem that I have with some of this stuff is the fact that it heavily restricts neighborhood councils. When you look at city council, obviously they have to follow the Brown Act, but a lot of them, they have district offices where constituents could go and actually voice their concerns on items that are coming up. When it comes to items that are being discussed between council members, there's lobbying that goes in place. There's a lot more complicated stuff that actually happens. When it comes to neighborhood councils, we don't have any of that luxury stuff that happens, which heavily restricts us, because now we have to be careful not to break the Brown Act for something as small as a very small item. And it becomes a big hindrance, because now it almost promotes board members to not have a dialogue other than the meeting on the day of. And that's not necessarily a very effective way to pass any form of items in neighborhood councils and the betterment of LA as a whole. But those are just my comments, and I'll leave it at that.
Right. So
thank you for sharing.
So what I would hope can happen from this, because we're now way behind schedule, as always, that's what happens with us, is that some of these concerns that were just brought up, Adriana, you and Ruth and others can discuss and see, because again, how we have conducted our committees from inception have been to empower everybody to participate, and that includes stakeholders, and that's purposeful. We want our committees to be the way our community is empowered and has their voice. And some of the recent land use committee meetings have had as many people as are on this Zoom meeting. So, you know, to restrict it in the middle of a pandemic when this is the only way people can interact seems, you know, I'm just not sure where the Brown Act says if you have a public meeting, it's been noticed, it's Brown Act compliant, that you're restricted to the number. But we obviously need to research that more. So I'd like to move off of this, but is there anything else that you as our new rep want to share with us? Because I heard you're really good at outreach. That's your passion. So if you have another minute to talk about what that means, and then we should move on.
Yeah, so for example, right now our outreach team is going to be having many workshops. I don't know how many of you got the opportunity to attend the ones we've had. We had one with a videographer recently last week where we were teaching board members on how to use your phone and create a video using very innovative apps that are free to kind of promote your neighborhood council to stakeholders, right? Most of the trainings that I've done in the past with the board members that I was serving are more so on strength-based training, on kind of looking at what are the skills that board members have. There's every single person on this phone call, stakeholders and board members have something to bring to the table. And it's just a matter of providing a space and building capacity to kind of release, you know, those powers that you bring to making and empowering people to kind of participate in City Hall and also in general in policy making procedures. Here in South LA, as you know, it is one of the most impoverished communities, right? So not a lot of people are comfortable sitting in this space. So I commend you all for being here and navigating the whole systemic structure that we have in policy making and legislative body. But it is a powerful opportunity that you all have to be able, you know, to influence policy, to influence the budget. So that's most of the work that we do. And right now, we're going to be doing more work around elections because, as you know, next year we're going to be having elections. So that's where most of the efforts and the conversations are going to be taking place around in terms of outreach. We do have a pandemic, and we also have communities that are being hit harder than others, right, in terms of disparities and even people dying right now, especially in South LA. There's a high number of Black and brown people. And so we're looking into how do we create a sense of empowerment among so much disparity that's happening in our community. So that's something that I'm gonna be reporting with y'all throughout time. And I look forward to working with y'all. We do have trainings right now that our department is also doing. We had one last month for the executive committee or officers. So it's important, you know, if you have the time to check it out. If you don't have the time to be at the training, we do have everything online. And I am going to be bringing an assessment to you all. We're going to do an assessment on all our neighborhood councils, looking at their websites, looking that you have a newsletter. And by the way, Laura, your neighborhood council, when I saw the link that you sent me for me to sign up for the newsletter and all of that, I looked at your website, and the neighborhood council's website for UNNC is one of the best websites that we have in South LA. So congratulations to everybody. I'm definitely going to be using it as a model to my other neighborhood councils.
Right, congratulate Raheem for that, and Ann Zumwinkle, who's not on our board but is our web person.
Awesome.
So, well, I want
Yes,
to
I'll
actually say thank
to
you to
you.
board members who contribute to it, because we've been able to add content thanks to many board members. So,
Yes,
okay.
thank you all.
So Adriana, my last thing, we really do need to move on, is I do hope that you can interface as quickly as possible with the rosters, whoever rosters are, because we still have new board members who have not even received their Cornerstone link, so they could not take their ethics or funding training or do the code of conduct. And that, you know, that is, I understand everything that's going on, but I'm frustrated because I'm not getting responses. So again, we'll talk offline, but please note that it's just really important because every neighborhood council is having vacancies and then appointments. So rosters is stuck with the rest of us working from home, whoever they are, but that is going to hamper neighborhood councils if the new board members can't take their trainings. So
okay, definitely we'll be working on that this week.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. So Gabby has arrived, and if it's the pleasure of the board, I'd like to go back to agenda item number 3, appoint secretary, but let's confirm with Gabby, if she'll unmute herself, that she really does want to be our secretary. If she's heard me. I see she's here.
Hi,
Hi,
can you hear
Gabby.
me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Okay, sorry about that. Yes, I'm having internet issues, but yeah, I'm very interested and excited to take on the role.
Okay, so sadly for you, since you came late, you'll end up having to, assuming we elect you, which we will, because no one else wants it, we've recorded the first 40 minutes of this meeting, and we'll have to send that to you. But
yes, that'll work.
Okay, so I need a motion to appoint Gabby as secretary. And the last name
So
is
moved.
Oh, wait. Last name is spelled, you're going to pronounce it for me, but it's M-O-N-Z-O-N. And Gabby, how do you pronounce that? Monzon?
We can do, yeah, Monzon is fine.
Okay, so it's who moved? Sorry.
Asai.
Asai.
I second, Lazy.
Okay. Okay, to appoint Gabby as secretary. And Gabby, you weren't here when initially, but because you haven't been able to take training, when we get to call on you for things like this, now I have to verify. Adriana, is she able to vote for non-financial? Carlos and Gabby, who haven't had training yet, or are they not able to vote for anything?
As of right now, I'd be safer if you just participate in conversations and not vote for anything.
Okay, so when I call Gabby and Carlos, every time I call roll for a BAC, please, when I get to your name, just please say ineligible. Okay, the motion is to appoint Gabby as secretary. Asai. Oh, and please, everybody unmute yourself so we can do this fast. Asai.
Yes, yes.
Okay, Dorit.
Yes.
Gavin. Gavin's still here? Moving on. Okay, John Arnold.
Yes.
Carlos.
Ineligible.
Tori.
Yes.
Gabby.
Ineligible.
Thank you. Jorge is absent. Laura's a yes. Hugo.
That's a yes.
Okay, Paula's still absent. Raheem.
Yep.
Isaac absent. Marielle absent. Hugh.
Yes.
Thank you. Cordell absent. Michael. Kimbrough. Has he dropped off the call? Okay. Absent. Chris. Chris is here.
I'm here, yes.
This one you can vote on.
Yeah.
Greg.
Yes.
Nancy.
Yes.
Janie.
Yes.
Lizzie.
Yes.
And Najee is absent. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yes, no nays, no abstains. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 absent from this vote and 2 ineligible. Motion passes. Okay. So, oh, Michael's coming back in the room, but he was still absent. So for everybody also, I know that Wi-Fi has become very unstable. And so sometimes people are coming and going, not because they're really coming and going, but because they fell off the meeting. So we do kind of do roll call every time. All right, next
Madam Chair?
item. Yes, sir.
As you move through the next items and following items, if you will tell me what the time limit is, I have pulled out the timer and we're good to go.
Okay, well, the next item, the prior, well, first of all, do we have any other reports from government officials, city departments, or agencies? I don't think anybody else is here. Okay. So the next item is the secretary's report. That would be Dorit's reports in the minutes, because our meetings have gone so long that we missed approving all the minutes for every meeting we've had on Zoom. So we were asked to go ahead and have the minutes approved now. We do need to do them one at a time. I sent the minutes to everybody. Dorit, this is your section. Do you want to start with the oldest or the newest? Because I need to share the screen.
First, I need to say to everyone, thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve as secretary. It obviously was not something I could do well, but I appreciate you allowing me to do it for the period of time. And frankly, these minutes suck, but just try. Start with March.
Okay. So I'm hoping everyone actually did go through them, and they've been the draft minutes. These are draft minutes, but they have been as well posted in our public agenda folder, so the public has had a chance to review them. So I've got the page one up on the screen, but what I guess I'm going to ask, Jeff, I now can't see hands or people, so I'm going to ask if anyone has their hand up to make corrections. And Dorit, this will be your last task because you need to take the notes on the corrections since it's your document.
I got a pen and paper here.
Perfect.
I'm gonna do it.
So for the Thursday, March 5 minutes, if anyone has his or her hand raised, Jeff, you need to call on them. Where's Jeff? Mr.
Hugh
Camp.
had his hand raised up. Hugh, please go ahead.
Hi, on number 3, it says fry for peas. I'm assuming that was supposed to be.
Oh, we lost that.
Was it ride for peace?
Number 3, first
It
line.
should actually be pray for peace.
Pray for peace. But you know what? I have this feeling, nope, I can't write in the document. So pray for peace.
Cool,
And
I'll change that.
And peace is P-E-A-C-E. Anything else? Okay, so I need a motion. And we're gonna have to do, wait, darn. We're gonna have to approve these minutes one by one, unfortunately. So I need a motion to approve the March 5 minutes as corrected. From anybody.
So moved.
And a second,
I second it.
who is that?
It's a sorry.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I actually, somebody needs to tell me again, I missed all of it.
I moved it. John Asai seconded it.
Got it. Okay. I'm calling the roll. Please unmute yourself so we can do this fast. If you were not present at that meeting, your vote is abstain. Okay, Asai,
Yes.
Dorit,
Yep.
Gavin,
Yes.
John.
Yes.
Carlos is, in this case, ineligible. Tori.
Yes.
Gabby, ineligible. Jorge, absent. Laura, yes. Hugo.
Yes. Hello?
Hang on. Oh, yeah, you're there. Paula is absent. Rahim.
Yep.
Well, you're saying yes, but I don't see your name as present.
Raheem is present.
No. If you were not present on Thursday, March 5, either we need to correct the minutes to say you were there, or you need to vote, Rahim, need to vote as an abstain. Do you remember if you were there?
I don't remember. I don't remember where I was yesterday.
Got it. I'm gonna abstain you. Isaac is absent. Marielle's absent. Hugh.
Yes.
Thank you. Cordell is absent. Michael.
Abstain.
Okay, thank you. Chris.
Yes.
Greg.
Yes.
Nancy.
Abstain.
And Janie. Is Janie absent at the moment? Okay, Lizzie.
Yes.
Okay, Najee is absent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 yes, no nays, 3 abstains, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 absent, and 2 ineligible. Motion passes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Say those numbers again, please.
The numbers.
Yes.
11 yes,
Yes.
3 abstain, 7 absent for the vote. Some of those are really absent and some were just not responsive, and 2 ineligible.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, as a suggestion to the board, when making a motion and or seconding, if they could use their name as well.
Yes, please. Yeah, because that'll be very important if Gabby has to go back and listen to the audio.
Yeah. So who made the motion and who seconded it?
The motion was made by John and seconded by Asai. Okay, I'm pulling up the May minutes. Let's see if we can do this one more quickly. Ha!
That was March, right?
Okay. So once again, once I do a screen share, I can only see 1 or 2 people. So
I have you covered.
thank
I'd
you.
like to say that the reason you're not seeing an April minutes is because we had no April meeting.
Right.
So this is the May 7 minutes. Are there any comments, corrections? Oh, look at me.
So on the items that are highlighted, missing information, is there anyone who remembers? Because unfortunately I don't.
It was months ago.
Yes, that's right.
Who are the vendors? Octaviano, the city's looking into this. He'll let us know as soon as he can. What's the question about vendors?
Question from the board for Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, and it was whatever, it was about the elections, which was above that. So I don't know who asked the question. I don't know. My notes did not tell me.
Okay, so a board member, so we can just say a board member asked, comma, who are the vendors?
Right.
Because I'll be honest with you, I really don't want to listen to an entire recording just to get that answer.
Well, there's going to be a lot of other green areas too. Believe me, there was a lot of them.
5C, I think that this information might be necessary to fill in. What action, was there any action taken on 5C? Safe sidewalks.
Oh, the answer is no. None of the people involved in that showed up to the meeting.
All right, perfect.
Beautiful.
And
I think that's it.
That's it. Okay. So the motion needs to be once again something to the effect of approve the minutes as corrected. And who's making that?
Am I allowed to make a motion?
Sure.
No.
Okay, I make a motion to approve the minutes as corrected.
Oh, or yes.
Greg Jackson.
Second, Lizzie.
Dorit moves. Lizzie seconds. Okay. And again, we're going to try and run through this real quick, so unmute yourselves. And I'm sorry I'm running in the same order every time because it's just what it's on the BAC. Asai? Asai? Yes. Dorit?
Yes.
Gavin? John Arnold?
Yes.
Carlos is ineligible, but is he present?
He's present.
Okay. Tori? Tori?
Everybody's muted.
Gabby? I'm marking you ineligible. Jorge is absent. I'm a yes. Hugo?
Yes.
Paula is absent. Raheem?
Yes.
Isaac is absent. Marielle is absent. Hugh?
Abstain.
Okay. Cordell is absent. Michael?
Absent. Or
You mean
abstain, I'm
abstain?
sorry.
Yeah,
Abstain,
sorry.
yes.
Abstain. Good point. Chris?
Yes.
You were absent, so you're abstaining now. Greg?
Yes.
Nancy?
Yes.
Janie? Janie Beth? And Lizzie?
Yes.
Naji is absent. Okay. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 yes. 0 nays. 3 abstain. And absent or absent for the vote, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 2 ineligible. Motion passes. Jeff, are you also sadly keeping an eye on the waiting room? Because I know people are having, again, Wi-Fi instability. So they may be falling off the meeting.
Nope, I'm keeping an eye on everything.
Okay,
So far, no
thank you
one's
so much.
rejoined.
And I'm pulling up June as soon as I find it.
So for June,
I'm gonna pull up July. Oh, here we go. Never mind. I'll pull up June to keep us in order.
Just as a point of information, Madam Chair, we have already passed 10 minutes, so
I know, I'm trying really hard. So June board meeting minutes. We had,
the list of attendees is missing.
And bad me. Sorry.
okay. All right. So correction.
I don't know how I'm going to be able to find out who was there at the meeting
I
though.
know.
Oh, darn. I'll know because I can look at the recording and it shows everybody's pretty little face or name.
and Madam Chair, I think Lizzie gets gold stars today in class because it seems like she's read this before the meeting.
Yeah,
I think
so
she's the only one.
okay, so aside from the missing attendees, and I also would know from the BACs who was there and who was not, so we'll have to change, we'll have to adjust the minutes. Lizzie, is there anything else you've noticed?
Well, the highlighted items. So no.
I'm not seeing any highlighted. Oh, there's a
6B.
Correct.
Did we acted on this proposal?
Okay, is Janie here in the room currently? Because she knows who was on her committee. Janie was chairing.
Yeah,
Janie, but is
that's
Janie
the
here
next
to
one.
tell us?
Sorry,
That's
I'm here. I was just putting the baby to sleep.
Do you remember, because you and I went back and forth on this, who was on the ad hoc subcommittee formed to follow the city budget? And if needed, I mean, none of this happened, right? Submit a letter for board approval. It never got together, but nonetheless, for the minutes, we listed 6 people total. You were the chair.
I was. Hugo was on there. Gavin was on there.
Yeah, you and I went around and around on this.
No, there's a few more.
Well, let's do this. You and I, Janie and Laura, have an email that came to a conclusion. So for this motion, it should just be corrected to include that list, and either Janie or I will email the list of people to Dorit.
Yes. So
will that work?
It's great for me. I'll give you until Friday. Oh, that's tomorrow.
Oh, that's tomorrow.
So if we scroll up.
Right, and on the next, I'm sorry, on the next item, we tabled, where it says, did we pass it? We tabled.
Okay, stop a second. What item is that?
Well, it trails, it starts on the bottom of this page, request that UNNC support the United Latinx Fund.
It's 7C, right?
Yes. And then on the top of the next page, it says, did we pass it?
Did we table it, you said?
We tabled it.
You tabled it? Okay.
We did.
Okay, so if we scroll up, there's still one item missing. The restaurant beverage proposal, 6B. What did we do about it?
We passed a really, really, really long motion that I can provide to you after this meeting is over. It was about a 2-paragraph motion.
So what you're going to do then, for me to understand, is you're going to send me that motion.
Correct.
Beautiful.
And it passed.
Okay. Also, I think page 2, item A. I was out of the room, so I have no idea what happened with that. Because I was put in the dungeon. So I don't know how many people, I know nothing.
Well, we obviously passed it because you bought the masks.
Or you donated the masks. But I don't know how much it passed by. Any discussion?
All right. Ugh. Hang on.
Madam Chair, also, Asai has his hand raised.
Okay, Asai, we'll call on you while I am looking up to see if I have the answer right here on the computer. And if I do not, we're going to have to table this matter because there's way too many blanks, frankly. But Asai,
it went away.
So my question is on the United Latinx one where I had recused myself. I believe I was aware that the vote was approved upon contingency of the discussion of the city attorney's office, not necessarily completely tabled.
so it wasn't totally tabled, but you think we took a vote? Because I think we didn't take a vote. Okay.
I can't really say because I wasn't
here
there.
is my, I have to say, there's so many open questions on this one. I think we need to table these minutes and move on. I can't find the BAC on the computer, which is to say, I just don't know where I put it.
Okay,
For the
so
one
we're gonna
question.
go to July then?
Yes, please. So I'm gonna stop the share and just move on to July. I'm sorry.
So for July, we also need to include the attendance.
Okay. Okay. And were there other green highlights?
I may have picked a different color.
I don't see any.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't recall.
Okay. Well, I am comfortable since I do have the attendance. Personally, I'd be comfortable to have a motion to pass this contingent, obviously, upon getting the list of who was in attendance and who was absent. But I'm not making motions.
Or don't we need the list in order for people to know whether they can vote or not? Because
well, then there is that.
I mean, I remember that I was there, but I'm not sure if everyone will remember.
You're right.
I mean, if I may, whether or not board members were there, they can either abstain if they don't remember. As long as you get a majority vote, it shouldn't be a problem to approve the minutes.
Okay, but I do this one. I do have the information. So do you want to know who was present and who was absent?
Why don't you just say who was absent? It'd be easier.
Yeah, I will tell you who was absent. It was Gavin, Paula, Isaac, Michael, and Najee.
There you go. I make a motion that we approve the July minutes with the noted modifications of adding the attendance.
Second,
Okay.
Hugh.
Hugh seconds. Greg moves to approve the minutes with the change of adding the list of attendees. Okay. Asai. Please, everybody unmute themselves.
Yes.
Okay, Dorit?
Yes.
Gavin, if he's here, is an abstain. John Arnold?
Yes.
Carlos is ineligible. Tori? Tori? Please, everybody, unmute yourself so you can vote quickly. Tori?
Tori is absent.
Okay. Gabby is ineligible. Jorge is absent. Laura's a yes. Hugo?
Yes.
Paula is absent. Raheem?
Yep.
Isaac is absent. Mariella is absent. Hugh?
Yes.
Cordell is absent. Michael?
Abstain.
Chris?
Yes.
Greg?
Yes.
Nancy?
Yes.
Janie? Janie here, and Lizzie.
Yes, and thank you so much to Dorit for your tenure as secretary. It's a very difficult job.
Here,
Very
here.
kind, Lizzie, thank you.
So did Janie fall off the meeting again? Okay, I'm calling
She's
her.
on but unavailable.
Well, same difference as being off for a vote. So she's absent for the vote. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 yes, no, no nos, abstain 2, and absent or absent for the vote 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2 ineligible. I'm hoping these numbers all add up. Okay, moving on. Sorry.
Time limit for this item, Madam Chair?
Well, we had set, but we're way behind schedule already. We're already past schedule. We had originally set a total of 30 minutes for planning and zoning.
Just this item.
I understand. I had 2 items. I still have 2 items. I would like to do 10 minutes each.
All right.
And try and catch up on our time. I know, let's see. And Chase, I'm going to make you a co-host. And as well, I'm going to trust that you can go fast, fast, fast. And do you have the presentation, or did you want me to do it?
You can, I can do it. Let me
Okay.
hop into that and I
So
will.
let me just introduce it. So this
Sure.
is case number ZA 2020-1816 CU, which is for a conditional use permit at 4014-4060 West Washington Boulevard. And that is the shopping center at 10th and Washington. And this is a proposal related to Planet Fitness doing an interior and exterior renovation of an existing but vacant retail space already located within that shopping center. It's a commercial corner development for the purposes of operating a gym. So the commercial corner development is a particular thing in the municipal code. They're asking for a conditional use permit to operate once built and probably once after COVID is over, 24 hours a day. So they need a special conditional use permit to operate between the hours of 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. So the way this is going to go is if you can possibly chase to a 5-minute presentation, and then
Sure.
the Planning and Zoning Committee has a recommendation, which is the motion. So we'll present the motion after the presentation, and then we can discuss, ask questions, and or discuss the motion. You're on, Chase. And Doug, do you need to also be a co-host? Or okay, Chase, you're on.
Great, thank you. Thank you everyone for allowing us to present this evening. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Great. So just to give you a little background about Planet Fitness, no matter what you are looking for in a gym, we have membership options made for everyone. We have over 2,000 locations nationwide. And we also provide a unique environment in which anyone can feel comfortable. We're diverse, judgment-free zone where a lasting active lifestyle can be built. Our product is a tool and a means not to an end, and a brand name or mold maker, but a tool that can be used by anyone. In that end, it's all about you. I just want to give you a quick overview. I'm going to show you a quick model of the interior of the premises and how it's going to look at the Washington Square Mall. Just give you a quick run through. The first part of the 3D model that you're going to see on your screen is an overview of the entire facility. She's zooming into the main gym floor area now, showing all of our extensive cardio equipment and some of our strength training equipment in the background.
Chase, we can't hear you over the sound, unfortunately.
So this is just moving on to our exterior proposed elevation of the gym. Just a little getting into some of the give back. We do obviously provide jobs, obviously, to the community. We're looking forward to hiring community members into obviously our organization. We partner with the Boys and Girls Club of America. Just a little kind of synopsis on our give back to the community. We're part of the National Bullying Prevention Center, as well as the official fitness provider of the Los Angeles Clippers. And we also do, we built actually a mini judgment-free zone at the Salvation Army Seaman Family Center. And we've partnered with LA Clippers, participating in feeding the community of the Salvation Army. And then just as some more of our local sponsorships and donations that we participate throughout the year. We have plans on donating over 100,000 in sponsorships with our local communities throughout 2020. This is the Teen Summer Challenge that we participate in, where we open our doors to high school teenagers ages 15 to 18 to work out for free at any of our locations in the United States and Canada. And this part goes into some of our COVID response plan in regards to our facility cleanliness. Our goal right now and kind of our tagline is that we tell everyone please be clean-siderate. So, don't forget your masks, scrub up before and after you're working out, clean between, wipe down equipment before and after each use. We have stations located throughout the club with disinfectant spray, paper towels, practice social fitnessing, where we have individual markers and indicators showing the safe distance between yourself and others while you're working out. And if you're not feeling great, stay home, take a rest, try a workout at home. And on our free app under United We Move, and if anybody wants to check that out, please do. It's United We Move at Planet Fitness. It's a free app of home. It's home based, obviously, where you can work out via our app. And we promote, instead of high fives, we're giving thumbs up at all of our locations. So thank you very much for allowing me.
Okay.
Madam
Thank you.
Chair, 5 minutes.
I know. Thank you, Chase. So the issue before us is a land use issue. This is the motion from the Planning and Zoning Committee. We did support it, or do support it. So the motion is that we recommend that the governing board support the conditional use permit for extended hours at a commercial corner shopping center. And we also recommend that the governing board support Planet Fitness's locating into the shopping center. I don't know that I should be explaining the motion. I need a second.
Second it.
Okay, Greg, seconds. Okay, and I will acknowledge I got a private message saying, what did the committee do? Please do not use chat for private messaging. Thank you. And so I had attended a Arlington Heights meeting, and I see Raheem's got his hand up, but in March, just before the shutdown. So I know that Planet Fitness met with Arlington Heights, and it was a very crowded room, and I think a lot of us thought for the next 3 weeks, please God, none of us get COVID, because it was shoulder to shoulder in that room. Several issues were brought up. The key one was, what about parking? It is a very large shopping center, and in particular later at night, because the community is so short on parking, the concern would be whether or not the people going to Planet Fitness would take up residential parking, but it didn't seem to us that that would be the case. Anyway, Michael has his hand up, and Raheem did have his hand up, and now doesn't. So I'm going to call, now it's up again, but I'll call Mike. Well, no, you know what? I'm going to call Raheem because he's the area rep, and then I'll call Michael.
Yeah,
Sorry,
really
Michael.
quick, really quickly, I'll just say that Planet Fitness, I think it was Chase approached the neighborhood association, the Arlington Heights Neighborhood Association, asking us to write a letter of support. So we took a poll of our members and received an affirmative vote count. So we did support. We did write a letter of support or sign a letter of support for the project, if that's any indication of how we felt.
And that would be the what? Arlington Heights.
Arlington Heights Neighborhood Association.
Thank you.
Yep.
Michael.
Yes, last night I heard the presentation from Chase. Chase, my congratulations. However, I found out last night that you are a franchise and not part of the chain. So I have a concern. One of the things I'd like to attach to our approval is how you're going to police entry and exit off of Washington. There will be increased traffic with your facility over the 99-cent store. And I'd like to address egress in the ingress aisle. And we need to look at that. It's a potential accident situation, and it can be exasperated because of the increased traffic flow due to your facility replacing the 99-cent store. Can you address that?
Yes, I can. I've been to the site quite a few times, and I know the landlord's actually currently renovating that parking lot. He's added some directional arrows within the parking lot that is obviously going to help with the traffic flow, and especially obviously the ingress and egress of the parking lot in general. Right now you do have a very distinct ingress and egress coming in and out of the parking lot, which is separated by a concrete median at this point. And maybe we can add some extra signage, obviously just saying do not enter on, whether it's an ingress or an egress, to make things a little bit clearer for the general public.
Yes, I agree with you. That modification to the parking area was done in conjunction to the Superior Market renovation that was done maybe a year ago, but it has not helped the situation. I've almost had a couple of accidents coming in and pulling in from Washington, and with your location, it's only going to exacerbate it. And I want the council to the board to understand my point. I think it's relevant to some type of condition being added to our approvals this evening.
Okay. Jeff, were you raising your hand virtually?
Yes, I was. Michael, I can help with that too on from a certain standpoint, because I know what you're referring to. The people who are coming out from the ingress egress right there on Washington and bypassing the cement divider to turn left.
Yes.
Those are some issues that we can work on with both the property owner as well as seeing if there are other city solutions available. And then, Madam Chair, just a reminder, the 10 minutes have passed.
Okay.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff. Is it the pleasure of the board to go another minute or two? I'm actually trying to look at the application and the city response about this traffic thing, but I'm okay if you guys don't want me to keep looking.
I'd like us just to call the vote.
I'm not clear.
You want to call the vote? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So, so you want to call the vote without us amending to add, oh my gosh, my brain is leaving me. Do we, or do we not want to add just one more sentence about look into, not that it's their job, it's a shopping center shop, look into further traffic mitigations, safety mitigations for the egress and ingress. I'm kind of stumbling here because what I see in the city provided documents is that this determination was already made that this would not be creating any further traffic or traffic hazard.
Oh. So our consideration, Madam Chairman, is only on the additional hours of operation. That's our
No,
only
no,
consideration.
if we wanted to add what you're suggesting, but I need a sentence real quick because we got to move on. And then I and Greg would have to say, yep, that's okay, but I don't have the sentence. What would you want the sentence to be?
I'm thinking it through.
I know, it's like, trying to hurry.
Further
And
study
wait a
of
minute, you know
ingress and
what?
egress. Further study of ingress and egress from Washington south to the shopping center.
Right.
Something like that.
Okay, something like that. Can everybody
Yes.
see it? And then Doug, you had your hand up.
Yes, I was going to say rather than say further study, which implies that there may need to be some sort of traffic study or technical study done, I think Chase had recommended. Sorry?
I was going to say instead of study, consideration, but please don't let me interrupt you.
I was going to suggest a consideration of appropriate signage to appropriately direct traffic in and out of the parking lot might be
Very good. I agree. I agree with that. Thank you, Doug.
Having consideration. I'm sorry, now I'm typing again. And Hugo can't raise his hand, so he has a question, so we can call on him while I am typing.
Will this further study include how it will affect the parking for the grocery store there? I'm not sure if it was discussed in planning and zoning. I wasn't able to attend yesterday.
We certainly have discussed the parking related to the grocery store. That wasn't the concern. The concern was of local residents that the whole shopping center would overflow and take away their street parking. And
Really?
but it didn't seem to be actually a valid concern because there is so much parking. I mean, there's certainly times of day, I will be specific, 5 p.m., where it is sometimes difficult to get a parking space because people are rushing to the post office and the grocery store, but it's a short period of time where the post office is closing and people are grabbing their food for dinner. So we did discuss it, in other words, and that doesn't seem to be an issue, nor is it an issue for the city. You know, the city thing is rather limited to 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. operations.
Raheem has his hand
Thank you.
raised,
Okay.
and then I suggest we call the question.
Yes, and I've added in the chat, it's sort of a change. Forget the further study one, and then change it to adding consideration of appropriate signage related to safe egress and ingress would be the amendment. Raheem.
I remember parking coming up at the Arlington Heights meeting also. And Chase, I feel like I remember the representative of the owner was there and said something about maybe there being like some additional parking around back, or
Yeah.
you guys, or he was going to look into some additional parking around back. You know, I'm just wondering if that was ever.
So what he was referencing at the meeting was that there is actually parking in the back of the center currently, and people just weren't utilizing it. So that's what he referenced. And you know, we also discussed at the meeting, obviously, just the synergies that we intend on happening at the shopping center. That we want people to go to the grocery store and then come to the gym, and that just obviously decreases the amount of parking that gets turned over when you have the same individual going to the grocery store and then coming to the gym. But yeah, so that was just kind of a little background on what we were talking about with the extra spaces in the rear of the shopping center.
Okay, well, and I would hope on an operational basis, perhaps it's the employees that could take the around the back parking and leave the in the front parking for visitors. But again, I don't know that we can force that issue. So the motion has become, well, I accept the amendment. Greg, do you accept the amendment?
I accept.
Okay, so the motion has become that the UNNC Governing Board supports the conditional use permit for extended hours at a commercial corner shopping center, and also support Planet Fitness's locating into the shopping center, but adding some consideration of appropriate signage related to safe egress and ingress. I'm going to write on Washington Boulevard.
That's great, Laura. That's fine for me.
Okay. So that's the motion. Laura made it on behalf of the Planning and Zoning Committee, and Greg seconds. I'm going to call the roll. Please unmute yourself. Asai.
Yes.
Okay. Dorit? Dorit?
She probably lost those. Off for a minute.
Okay, I'm hearing. Okay, that's a yes. Thank you. Is Gavin here?
Yes.
Okay, John
Yes.
Arnold.
Yes.
Carlos is sadly ineligible. Is Carlos here though?
I'm here, but
Ineligible, I know. Tori.
Yes.
Gabby, still here?
Yes, ineligible.
Thank you. Jorge is absent. Laura's a yes. Hugo?
No.
Okay. Paula is absent. Raheem?
Yeah.
Isaac is absent. Ariel is absent. Hugh?
Yes.
Cordell is absent. Michael?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Greg?
Yes.
Nancy?
Yes.
Janie?
Yes.
Okay. Lizzie?
Yes.
Najee is absent. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 yes, 1 no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 absent, and 2 ineligible. Okay, moving on. The next item, I should say, point out this one and the next item. Next Wednesday, August 12th, is a public hearing. So for the Planet Fitness, and this is information's on your agenda, Planet Fitness's hearing is going to be conducted telephonically at 10 a.m. on Wednesday, August 12th. And there's a phone number and a meeting ID presented on our agenda. And the next case also has a public hearing, same day, but at 9:30, same phone number and the same meeting ID. So the second case is case number ZA 2020-1000 CU, which stands for conditional use, SPR, which is a site plan review, and SPP, which is specific plan something. At 2922, 2956 South Crenshaw Boulevard. And it is the proposed construction of a new retail, 3-story retail commercial office, basically, structure, and a detached 4-story parking structure. The office building contains 89,506 square feet of floor area. And I see Ethan's hand, but it doesn't get to happen quite yet, sorry. We are going to
Madam
have
Chair,
a
time limit 10 minutes on this one.
Well, here's what's going on. This meeting was not publicly noticed, and even CIM, the applicant, was unaware that the hearing was being held on August 12th until I made them aware late Friday night. So we have to move forward because we have a hearing in a few days, and our responsibility is that. Ethan's hand is raised. I see it. I received an email asking us to table this item, but I feel like we must first present it and then decide what to do with it because we have a motion and we can't have discussion until we have a motion. So, my board can tell me something different. So is there anyone who's a board member who wants me not to present this quickly? Okay, so I'm, going to present it quickly.
Would you like me to set presentation at 10 minutes followed up?
I'm not even going to do, I mean, I'm going to quickly just run through it because I'm not the applicant. So I just have the presentation. So if everyone can see it up on the board, under the screen. This is, again, a 3-story proposed office building, which you see forward in the photo, and that's at 30th Street. So it's on the east side of Crenshaw at 30th, and then you can see sort of northerly to the left, top left of the photo, is a parking structure servicing this building, both its public and private spaces. So the project location is on Crenshaw, south of Adams, north of Jefferson, between basically not starting at 29th Street, but just below 29th Street going to 30th. You can see the project site a little better there. It's directly across the street from the Smart and Final. And the lot is 60,000 little plus square feet. The office and parking structure combined would be 87,506 square feet, 326 parking spaces, and both structures are compliant with height requirements for Crenshaw Boulevard. Because Crenshaw has a specific plan, it requires a project compliance permit. A conditional use permit is the main thing they're asking for in terms of an entitlement for us to deal with, which I'll explain in a minute. And then there's also a site plan review, which is just required because of the square footage. They're asking to not have to do the landscape buffer on Crenshaw Boulevard. Tori, can you mute yourself, please?
Tori's not talking.
Thank you, because I'm hearing noise in your background. Anyway, they're asking to remove the requirement for the landscape buffer because they're trying to present both a pedestrian-friendly space and potentially outdoor eating space. So that kind of get interrupted, and we don't have a landscape buffer anywhere else up and down Crenshaw. So this is the site plan. The building on your right is this office building going to 30th Street. The building on the left is a parking structure, which includes subterranean parking. The office structure also has some subterranean parking, meaning the subterranean parking goes below. The driveways, there are two. One is on Crenshaw and one is on the alley behind. So even though this is looking like an east to west, it's really a north to south thing. I can't spin it. The alley entrance is intended for what's called reserved and assigned parking. So that'd be for people who rent office space. And the Crenshaw would be more for the retail and more public space. And here's some elevations. They also are proposing some murals that would be a different approval, and that'd be from the murals section of Cultural Affairs, I believe, and not a part of the entitlement request now. And in the center is the center plaza, again proposed between the two buildings. You can see it better there, and you'll see another proposed. That's not the actual mural that's proposed, but they're proposing putting art on that wall space. The parking structure is the main thing you're looking at here. And then this is the view again of the office building, and we're at 30th. So they are proposing having the landscape parkway on 30th Street. And don't ask me any questions. I have no answers, because I'm not the applicant. So applicant was caught by the same surprise as we were. The only reason I even know about this is on Friday night when I was preparing the planning and zoning agenda and looking up the hearing information for Planet Fitness. This was on the same agenda. So we had never gotten a notice, but we had to move quickly. And knowing that it's going to be held telephonically and knowing who the hearing officer is, there's just simply no way that particular individual would agree to cancel a hearing and hold it at another time. So is it the pleasure that I leave this image up, but then I can't see anybody, or take the image down?
I would suggest stop screen sharing, and we are now at 5 minutes.
Okay. So Jeff, you've been paying attention to who had their hands up first. I know Ethan's had his hands up the whole
Followed
time.
by Dorit.
And while you're calling on whoever first, I'm going to post the motion. The committee did move to support the site plan review and other entitlements application for the project as presented, with a qualification that the project design and construction be substantially compliant with the design shown, and compliant in terms of materiality, massing, and quality. And then I do want to also comment, at our first meeting where the applicant was actually present, there were a lot of issues, concerns brought up from the community about basically equity and economic development, making sure there are opportunities for locally owned business or local residents who would like to have a locally owned business have the opportunity to participate, you know, maybe in officing or in retail. And that isn't exactly what we have before us, but we did at that point table, this is several weeks ago, table the item, and CIM is eager to have a meeting with those community residents. It's just that we ran out of time. So I've had a lot of back and forth emails. CIM had contacted me. They're very eager to have the meeting. They just didn't know that this hearing was coming up so fast, and they haven't done the meeting yet. But I did have an email yesterday confirming that they are planning to still have a meeting with the community members who expressed a desire to have a meeting to discuss these economic development issues. So Jeff, can you start calling on people while I
well, we need a second to the motion.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, I haven't even posted the darn motion. So hang on. Hang on a second. Here is the motion being posted. And that's from the committee. So in effect, that's Laura moves. Writing that. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
Oh my God.
Who was that?
Chris seconds.
Chris seconds. Okay. Okay, now discussion.
You continue with that. Ethan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Jeff, and thank you to the UNNC board for allowing me to speak. Laura, if I can just understand your timeline a little better, and I think all the board members need to understand your timeline. When the applicant presented to Planning and Zoning Committee in June,
correct,
multiple community members requested to speak to this developer for multiple concerns. We were promised a meeting, and you said you would table this until the meeting occurred. The applicant never came back. No, let me finish, Laura. The applicant never came back to another planning and zoning meeting. You presented for the applicant yesterday, and you presented for the applicant tonight, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I just want everybody to fully understand that timeline.
Correct.
In the June meeting, multiple community members were on that call, objecting to CIM's group and their association with President Trump and the Kushner group on their projects. We also had concerns of the lack of local hire on all CIM Group's projects and supplier diversity on CIM Group's projects. We also had issue with, since the pandemic, the community, CD10 has over an 18% unemployment rate. The Crenshaw District and the Crenshaw District has over a 32% unemployment rate. We asked the applicant, what is their thoughts on local hire? What is their thoughts on hiring, on seeking some type of job training or something to community members that are struggling right now? People are losing their unemployment, and this is what we asked. And Laura Myers, the head of the planning, and Laura, it's no attack on you, because you made a great suggestion. You said, hey, let's have the applicant, CIM group, speak to the communities. They can hear their concerns and see what they can offer. We were promised a meeting in July. The meeting never happened. We never had any updates. Now tonight, this is up to a board vote, after a meeting was promised to the community. I sent Laura an email, the president of UNNC, an email today, asking for this to be tabled. And now this is in front of the board members requesting a vote. I don't think that's fair. I think it's a slap to the community's face. I think it's a slap to everyone that has been wanting to have social equity and have been pushing for more equity across the board, and the community asked for it. We were promised it, and we didn't receive it. I yield back my time.
Okay, so I have to respond before we go on. Ethan, it's as much my fault, presumably, as anyone else's, except for that Donna gave me a list of people she wanted included, but didn't give me their contact info. So first thing first, I had to actually figure out how to find the contacts, and it took a while. They did not know this hearing was scheduled for next week, but I want to remind the board that this is not the subject at hand. We are not allowed to vote about equity or economic development on a land use case where what they're asking for is not to be required to do a landscape buffer on Crenshaw Boulevard. This is why, frankly, this is why Dunn and the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners are going to start requiring land use training and not allowing people to participate in land use decisions unless they've taken the training, because we can't, there's no nexus. Although I'm 100% in agreement with
And
the
why was it promised to us,
idea.
Laura? Why was it promised to us?
Madam Chair,
I
we're at 10 minutes
I
and
know
we
that.
still have 3 more questions. May I recommend, unless the board decides
I yield my
otherwise,
time.
that
I yield my time, Jeff. I don't have anything else to say.
okay,
so-
we have 3 more hands raised.
see
I
that.
would limit those to 2 minutes max.
Well,
Okay,
it's
is it my turn?
Yes,
Okay.
Dorit, then
So
Tori.
there's many publications out there, many groups who are saying we are not going to go back to the office. Once the pandemic is over, office space is not going to be needed as it was in the past. I think this is irresponsible to have that much square footage put aside to office space. Everything Ethan just said right now really blows my mind, and I'm so happy he shared it. So I'm against this motion. I'm against this project. I'm done. Thank you.
Tori?
Oh, I was just gonna say, where's the transparency? I put that question in the chat queue because had Ethan not said anything, you know, I'm very familiar with the CIM group and the board and who's on it, but it's not fair that they're coming into the community and not trying to be inclusive. So I just want to know, where's the transparency? Would you have bought us those details had Ethan not been on this call?
Absolutely. We discussed it also last night. I mean, first of all, remember, I'm not the applicant. I am partially to blame for not hurrying up and dropping everything that I had to do and pulling together the contact information for all the names that had been given to me by Donna, but without contact information, frankly. Obviously, I have Ethan's contact information. But no one expected this hearing to be this quick. This is, in fact, not within what the planning department has been telling the citywide Alliance on Planning Matters, that the way they're going to perform. They were supposed to be slow boating the 2020 applications, frankly, and they still haven't finished the 2019 applications with hearings. So this is a surprise. I don't think they were trying to disrespect everyone. I recognize they didn't have the meeting yet, but they didn't have control over the timing. So anyway, I can't say any more about that. I'm well aware of what they want to talk about, why we want to talk about it, and I agree with everything Ethan said, except the part about us not acting. The hearing is next week. We can't stop the hearing. Chris?
From what you said at the very beginning, it sounded like the development group is willing and open to meet with the community.
Correct.
And since, you know, that hasn't happened yet is unfortunate, but if they're willing to meet with the community, this minor land use issue that's in front of us, it seems, you know, I don't know if we can add a conditional thing that they honor their commitment to meet with the community in our motion.
Sure. That's
We've done
easy.
those kinds of modifications before, that we put that as a condition, a conditional approval with the caveat that they meet with the community as they had prior committed. And I think that's a minimum we would ask.
Chris, you have 1 minute remaining.
I'm done. That's my suggestion.
Yeah, I'm typing it up and we'll circle back. Greg is next.
My question is, why aren't any of the members of this organization present to present the project?
Well, the basic answer is, as I keep saying, they were not aware. They didn't know that their hearing is next week. The person who's the representative, wife had a baby 3 months ago, I mean, to be blunt, and they're just not here. We cannot snap, I mean, we can vote no, but we cannot snap our fingers and not have a hearing suddenly scheduled for next week. That's all I can say. So they weren't, I don't know. I mean, I told them we're having the meeting. I gave them the login, but okay. So and I will say this: sometimes the matters can be kept open. I mean, Jeff is checking in with me. It's just that the particular hearing officer who's assigned to this is I'm trying to be really careful with what I'm saying. He is not a person who's at all interested in hearing from the community. He doesn't care what UNNC thinks, nor would he care what individual members think. So I'm not sure if he would keep it open, or even if he does, if it would matter. That's my personal observation of this individual over several decades. Raheem is next, then Hugh.
I'll just say, like Greg and Tori said, thank you, Ethan, for bringing all that to light. I mean, I think Laura, I don't think you can't deny how shady this kind of sounds on the part of the developer. And then the other thing that I'll say, just to Chris's point, is that I think it's not the first. This wouldn't be the first time that a community has been promised a meeting about something that they want, and has just been kind of like pushed to the side, or told that that meeting will happen, told that that FaceTime will be given, and that it doesn't happen. So just because this big developer is saying that they're going to meet with these community members, I don't think we necessarily have to take them at their word. And then the last thing I'll bring up, and I think Hugh brought up this point last meeting before, just to Laura, to your point about us having to vote based on these specific land use issues, I think that that's open to each board member's interpretation of our role here. Obviously, they're coming to us to vote on these land use issues, but as board members, we're looking at this entire project and its entire scope and voting based on that. So even if we do take some land use training, there's nothing saying that we're voting based solely on that training. So I think it's up to us as board members to really fully vet these projects with everything that we see this project for, and everything in all the ways that it would affect our community and our stakeholders. It's not just on the small little land use issue. It can be more than that. And so I think all the issues that Ethan brought up are very important, and are why I'll be voting no.
Okay, I saw another hand, hang on. I'm actually frankly searching for the email from their representative, but Hugh is next.
So we started this meeting with the city council members doing groundbreaking on a building that he knew nothing about. And now here we are talking about a building that's for some reason all of a sudden being made, there's a meeting being to approve this plan, when 2019 proposals haven't even been on the schedule yet. So how did this one get moved ahead of all these others? I don't know. But what I do know is that if their opinion on any issue that has to do with the project, there needs to be transparency from the beginning of it. And I won't vote yes on anything to support this because we're not getting the ability to have the community have input into the whole project.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Okay.
Let's call it.
Hang on. I'm like I said, I was looking for the email. Chris Carlson.
Right. What my suggestion was is that if it is that we modify the motion, that it's conditional, our approval, if passed, is conditional on a public meeting that as promised by the developer.
Okay. I am posting as best I can. This is the email I received from Michael Gonzalez a week ago. My client is still very interested in engaging with members of your council to listen to their concerns. I don't know if you realize it was a lot of people not elected to the council. So I don't think they're trying to not talk to you all. I think it's become a question of timing. And yes, Greg.
No, finish your statement.
Well,
please. Then I'll go after you finish.
Yeah, I'm just really concerned. I heard what Raheem said. I mean, I'm hearing what everybody's saying, but we're also responsible to kind of move projects, to evaluate projects on their basis. It turns out, to Hugh's point, it's not that. I don't think what Ethan is saying, or Rosie and several others, is that they want more input into the design. And Ethan's still here, he can correct me if I'm wrong. I think they want input into the occupancy and the equity of making stuff available. But, so that the community can participate in the finished project, not that they're opposed to the design or the landscape thing, but I could be wrong, so I can't put words into everybody's mouth.
Okay. All right,
Greg?
my turn?
Yeah.
Okay, so as you know, I'm always concerned about process.
Yeah.
And so what I see is when I look at what's on the document for the agenda, it's not very clear what we are voting on.
Yeah, it is.
And then it's not clear to me what we're voting on. And then in the sense that who is this organization? And then the fact that the organization is not present to present their project, even if the owner had a baby or twins, there's other people in the organization that can represent them.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just concerned about the process. And if we don't follow process and openness, then it just turns me off. And because of that, I will vote no on this project.
So I'm going to respond to one part and not the other. For all land use cases, the agenda description is the description that also appears on the hearing notice for the actual hearing for the actual case. We bring cases forward for entitlements, and that's all we do. So what's on the agenda is in fact what the item is. What we're talking about is a lot beyond what that agenda item is, and that's okay. But our procedure, it's very transparent. Our procedure for all these years
Text him now, saying I'm in now.
is to essentially put the project description for the land use case on our agenda, and that not just follows the law. We write more words that are needed. So, but it wasn't an agenda item to talk about the broader picture. We can talk about the broader picture, and we are talking about the broader picture.
Right.
But it would never have been appropriate for me to put that on the agenda for a land use case.
Okay. All right. I hear, may I follow up? May I have a follow-up statement?
Sure.
I understand the aspect or the avenue or the alley or the path of just talking about the land use. But as advocates for our community, we do need to be aware of things like this, and there needs to be a discussion of this. And if this is our only method of making a statement on this, then we need to take advantage of this opportunity to make a statement about things, because we are advocates for social justice and all that. So I do understand, I agree with what you're saying about the land use part, because that's the technical part. But we need to be aware of the bigger picture and then serve as advocates for the bigger picture. And the way we do that is by having open discussions and presentations. And the way that is accomplished is by the person that wants to build this thing show up to our meeting, even if it's inconvenient for them. But again, I find no fault with the actual.
I understand. I understand.
May I interrupt, Madam Chair?
Yeah, you may, but nobody else has their hands up, so I think we're at the place where we can vote this motion up or down.
And that's what I'd like to say, is that we have spent 20 minutes on this issue.
Correct.
And it is very important, but we do have a motion on the table.
Right. Which is, okay, so let me go back, read it out loud, and then remind everybody that Chris had suggested an amendment, which probably we could do because Chris was the seconder to the motion. So the original motion is that the UNNC Planning and Zoning Committee recommends that the governing board support the site plan review and an entitlements application for the project located at 2922 Crenshaw as presented, with a qualification that the project design and its construction be substantially compliant with the design as shown in materiality, massing, and quality. Chris has now suggested we added another sentence, which would be that this is a conditional approval with the caveat that they meet with the community members as promised. So I accept that amendment. So that would be the total motion. So it's not just an approval, but it's conditional approval with the caveat that they, meaning the applicant, meet with the community members as promised. And I think we should just vote this up or down and not keep talking about it, because that's okay with you guys. Because it's getting late again. So is that all right? Just moving on to vote?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so please unmute yourselves. Asai.
No.
Okay. Dorit?
No.
Gavin?
No.
John?
Yes.
Carlos? I know you're ineligible, so we're going to hit ineligible. What's your opinion? So we have it on the side.
Here, I'm sorry. My apologies. I'm just 2 hours ahead. I'm trying to hang on. Sorry about
Okay. So Carlos, I know you're ineligible to vote, but what is your opinion? So we just have it on the side here in the notes.
that.
You're asking that.
Well, hearing what
If you were, I'm sorry, if you were allowed to vote, what would you vote? That's all I want to know.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm kind of catch up. Yes.
Okay. Okay, Tori?
No.
Gabby?
Ineligible.
Right, I understand that. And the reason I'm doing side notes is I have to go to the hearing virtually either way. So I have to My job was, the way it works with the planning department, with the memorandum of understanding from a decade and a half ago, is I have to explain the vote. So if you would have been allowed to vote, which way would you have voted?
No.
Okay. Okay. Hugo.
No.
Paula, were you here long enough to hear the whole thing? Can you vote?
I think so. I didn't hear all of it in the beginning, but I heard that additional amendment that it is conditional. So I say yes.
Okay. Raheem?
Nope, nope.
Okay. Got it. Hugh?
No.
Michael? Is Michael still here? Jeff, has Michael fallen off the meeting? I guess he has.
Michael has fallen off.
Okay, Chris?
Yes.
Greg?
No.
Nancy?
No.
Janie?
Abstain.
Lizzie?
No.
Okay, so motion fails. Oh, I didn't vote. So I still would have voted yes, so people are gonna be really pissed off at me, but motion fails even with that. So it's yes is 4, no is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Abstain 1 and ineligible 2. So sorry I forced the hand of the 2 other people, but it's just I have to explain if it was close, which it is not.
Madam Chair, check your chat real quick.
Okay. Oh, right. Would the board like Council District 10 to request to keep this case open for, say, 2 months while giving the applicant the opportunity to meet with the community?
Are we going to take a vote on that?
Not a vote, just raise your
Just
blue hand
voice,
or your
yeah,
yellow
just
hands. Just give Jeff a sense of, should he go out on the limb and make such a request? So I just want to see if that's a good idea. Looks like it probably is. There's a lot of hands going up. Okay, so Jeff, if you're able to ask the planning deputies for CD10 to make that request. I'm telling you, I'm not holding my breath. It's a sad, sad situation just related to the particular hearing officer.
I will be happy to make that request and at least gets on the record.
Okay, perfect.
Laura,
All right. Okay.
Laura,
Yeah, but we have to move. We have to move on. Yes, Tori.
I didn't raise my hand to say yes to that. I just raised my hand to make a statement or ask a question of Jeff. When you say, leave it open for a community, I mean, community could be 5. Are they doing any due diligence to get a quantity of the community involved?
Tori, that is not how it seems to be working out. They asked for specific.
That's a yes or no. I just want yes or no, Laura.
No.
Okay.
They're looking to have a meeting with the particular people who asked to be included in the meeting, and or the particular people that Donna has arranged to be. So it's about 10 or 12 people at this point. So
Laura, are we able to conduct any type of outreach to our constituents about this meeting?
I don't know yet. The idea was to have a small meeting outdoors at the beer pub that hasn't yet opened and give everybody some beer and pastrami. So I'm not sure they're prepared to have a 50-person meeting, but I can check. It wouldn't be at that location, then it'd be on Zoom. If y'all don't mind, and this is very bad timing, but can we take a 3-minute break? Because my brother is calling me from afar to wish me happy birthday. That's the phone ringing. So I need to walk off for 3 minutes.
Yes,
Can we just
great.
let the vice president,
By that I
vice
mean,
president run the meeting while you're gone?
Yes. So only problem is let me share the screen, but I won't be able to.
Well, Jeff can share the screen. So why don't the vice president run the meeting?
I don't think Jeff knows how to share the screen. So.
Yes, he does.
I do know how to
Doesn't
share the
have
screen.
Yes, he
guys,
does.
guys.
Yes, Jeff knows how to share.
He doesn't have the document on his computer for the next item, which
Well,
is.
send it to him.
If it was in the agenda packet, I do have it. So Laura,
Okay.
go take your call from your brother.
Okay.
And I saw you run the
We'll be
meeting.
okay.
Everybody's talking. Everyone's talking. This is the next item is, because I will want to preamble this and then I'll walk off. It's committee chair, co-chair, NC Alliances appointments. The question's going to be, and I think your answer is going to have to be yes, so we can move on this agenda. Can we do a single, just have people raise their hand to be appointed to committee chairs and co-chairs, but one single motion that captures it? Or did you want to vote on each committee?
Each committee.
That's Tori's vote. What do y'all want?
You could take the phone call and the vice president will take it.
Okay.
I agree with that. Go take your phone call.
I'm going to go take my phone call. So I can run the meeting. Jeff, if you can share your screen with the committee, the list of committees, and it starts with a CIS committee. I'll be right back.
Mr. Mayor, you good?
Isai?
Yes, I am good. I'm sorry. I'm just really quickly talking to my mom. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Everybody go talk to your loved ones right now. This is the
Hello, loved
time.
ones. Hello, hello, loved ones.
Our lovely board members.
Hello, loved ones.
One day we'll all see each other again in real life.
One day, one day.
Can't wait.
Maybe a brief intermission.
Yes, we got a brief intermission.
Does anybody have like a magic trick or something they can do?
Let's all show our pets.
Can we talk to
Don't we have
Ethan
cats
some
in the
more?
room?
Watch this, watch this, watch this. What am I going to do?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I'm scared.
Is this working?
Not really.
Nothing's happening.
Yeah, I know. I'm working on it.
Oh, God, what did I do?
Oh, I can't share screen. Okay, that's been disabled.
Oh.
Okay, but Jeff is sharing the screen now.
Thank
Okay,
you.
cool. Let's move forward, people.
My powers have been removed. Let's go, people. Come on. We can do this. We're all big people.
Asai isn't here, so
I'm back.
maybe. Oh, good. Let's go for it.
Yes, we can do this.
Okay. I am going to try to work this out then. All right. Who's sharing the screen? Jeff? Okay, so let's work on the UNNC committees, citywide NC alliances. Greg, can you help me out here? I'm really flying blind.
Yeah. It's the Community Impact Statement Committee, and what that is asking for that committee, it will monitor the council motion and propose ordinance. They will follow up with agenda items and bring those items to the council. And then you need to have an alternate committee chair and the executive committee to review items. So this committee will look at community impact statements. I have questions about this.
This is Tori. Can I say something?
Hold on, Tori. So I see that Tori, Dorit had their hand up. I know Greg, you also had a question.
Yes.
We'll start off with Tori, and then we'll move on to Dorit, unless you had a question.
No question.
Oh, okay. And then we'll move on to Greg, and then now I see Janie also had a question. So Tori, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Greg, you said co-chair. I just want to clarify. It said it needs a chair. In the past, we have had a list for the year of who was to get which month and analyze. Who's that?
Laura's back.
Okay.
Tori's talking.
I know, I see that.
Okay, I was just saying, in the past, Greg, aside, we had a list and we divvied it up amongst the board of who would take which month, so it wouldn't be, so it wouldn't fall on any one person. But the chair a good thing would be that they notify that person in advance prior to the month and remind them that it is their month to do the CSI review.
Okay.
Okay, Asai, I am back.
Okay.
And Tori, I'm going to respond to that. In the past, Tori, in the past, we had a community impact statement committee with a chair and co-chair, and they felt overwhelmed. So a couple years ago, they changed it to what
Laura, I didn't have a question.
Tori?
Yes.
I'm trying to answer.
I didn't have a question.
We changed it to the system, meaning the executive board of the time, a couple years ago, changed it to the system you're describing. It also did not work. And that is what we discussed.
Laura, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but.
Okay, but I said I did not have a question. And it would work if the chair would do their job.
I understand. I really hope we're not discussing whether or not to have any of these committees, but rather what the agenda item is. If somebody wants to chair, or if two people want to co-chair, that's the agenda item. We can appoint them. Janie has her hand up. Janie?
Yeah. So I just wanted to volunteer to chair the CIS committee.
Thank you, Janie.
Thank you, Janie. Thank you, Janie.
Okay, so everybody, here's what you do, guys. You put up a yellow, or you clap. Anyway, and do I have a volunteer besides Janie? Does anybody else want to chair or co-chair this committee?
I have a question.
His hand is up.
I have a question.
And I see that Chris's hand is up. And I see Greg's hand is up. So, but I've already written down that Janie has volunteered to chair it. So I'm calling on Chris and I'm calling on Greg.
Could we get just a quick summary of the jobs that's involved?
Yeah, can you see the screen?
Yeah, but I was like, they monitor it how?
I would like to move this forward a little bit. I think Tori has a very good idea, and if Janie has agreed to be the chair and use the system we tried before, that might be a good idea. And Laura, while you were out of the room.
I'm interrupting again. Janie has an idea. She would like to chair this. And the idea wasn't to have a whole bunch of other board members also, in effect, co-chairing.
Okay.
She's a chair. She can run it the way she wants to.
Exactly.
Can I just say my idea, because I think what I've heard is that it was difficult to get people to do the work if they weren't interested in the work, and I think there's motions happening every month, and if you, as the chair, I would like to make everyone aware of those motions, and if one of those motions speaks to you and you would like to create a CIS, as chair, I would help you along in that process so that you can create a CIS. If there's no one interested in the motions that are happening that month and nobody feels passionately about creating a CIS, they don't need to do it. That was my idea about chairing the CIS committee.
Right. You're hired.
That's a good idea. Good idea.
Right. And ideally, you guys, every committee because this is the first one, but we're going to be appointing others, will in the next month or so have a committee meeting and help develop procedures so that so we know what we're doing. So because we just have to get more people involved doing more things, basically. So Greg has his hand up, and Asai has his hand up, I really hope this is the only committee we're going to have this kind of discussion on, because we'll never get out of here tonight. Greg.
This is a process statement again.
Sure.
For me, I think it is essential that when we go down the list of the different committees, we do need to make sure that we understand what the purpose of that committee is. I know we have something written down, but people still may have questions about the committee.
Right.
I deeply appreciate Tori's comment about what used to be done, because that was also my question, because I thought it was like, and you had a month where you were supposed to review it in brief. You know, I never wanted to do that, but I thought it was a good system. So I think we should be open to explaining what the committees do, even though that may take some time. And I also think that we should be open to discuss whether we need to have all the committees. Just because it's on the sheet of paper does not mean that we
Okay, and I really apologize that I had to walk out just when this whole conversation was beginning.
I think I was done. I think I was done. I think I was almost done. Okay, so I think we also should consider whether we want to have all the committees, and we can decide that as we go down the list. Okay, now I am done.
Thank you, Greg. And I was going to say, I really apologize that I had to walk off just at that moment. The agenda item tonight, which we had discussed at Executive Committee, of course, is to appoint committee chairs. There are no doubt going to be some of these committees that no one will want to chair. I think we then need to agenda for the next governing board meeting the elimination of committees that no one wants to participate in or chair. But some of these committees, all of them were voted into place, so they'd have to be unvoted. And some of them appear in our standing rules. So there's another question about, should our standing rules just simply be more flexible? So we have some ongoing questions, but for tonight, the agenda item is to see how many of these committees we can actually populate with chairs, co-chairs, et cetera. And then we'll see if there's some that we still have no takers for, and it's 2 or 3 years where we've had nobody, then that kind of gives us a path forward for a new agenda item and to add executive committee and beyond, if that's okay with you. Asai.
Sorry, I was trying to unmute myself. I just wanted to see if there's any way if I could be the quote unquote ranking member or co-chair for the Economic Development Committee.
I thought you guys decided we were voting on one committee at a damn time.
We are.
So Asai, we need to wait till we get there because we're still on CIS.
No, CIS, aren't we?
We're still on the CIS committee. We didn't vote.
We're doing
I thought we've agreed to vote all at the end.
Yeah, I think at this point.
Did you agree when I walked away?
Yes, I think at this point we can decide on all of the chair suggestions and then vote them.
I missed a very important 3 minutes. Sorry.
Just let's move on.
Okay. So Jeff, you've scrolled down. The next one, the one after CIS was planning and zoning, which is me and John Arnold. Did anybody have any reason to unseat us? Hearing nothing. Next is economic development. I had heard from one board member and now a second that they're both interested in this. That would be Chris Carlson and now Asai. Is there anybody else interested in chairing or co-chairing economic development?
Yeah, I'd also be interested in chairing it.
Hugo?
Yeah.
Yeah. Dare I say, don't you have enough work for us? Would you agree to be a member of that committee?
He said.
President, is it really your job to
No,
tell, to
yeah.
try to convince somebody?
Don't do that.
It's really my job to say yes, perhaps to other board members who aren't chairing committees. Hugo's a budget advocate, and he's our signatory.
I'm kind of doing stuff that are very similar. That's why, you know, stuff related to the budget, to the city. That's why I'm hoping to do this.
Okay, well, we have a competition.
The three names we can vote
We
on
have
it later.
3 people, assuming Chris is still interested. We have Asai, we have Hugo, and we have Chris. Is there anybody else who would
Laura, I just want to make it clear that I don't want to be chair. I'd rather be the co-chair or some sort of ranking member.
Committee member.
Well, anybody can be a committee member at any time. We're voting on chairs and co-chairs tonight.
So we got 2 people for chair, Chris and Hugo.
Exactly.
How do we vote?
We can come back to it later. We'll come back to that one later because we got
And
more than
maybe
one
they're
person.
interested in being co-chairs, right?
Yes, we can find that out later. So let's move to the next one. I'm sorry.
Well, if Asai is
Good, yes, move.
Oh, God.
a 3-person co-chairmanship's a little difficult, but not impossible. Is that what you guys want?
No, we're gonna,
No.
I think what
No,
we said is we're
No.
gonna go back and decide later, but we're gonna
Okay.
go through the whole 6 pages
Yes.
first.
All right. The next one is.
Sorry, I are Chris Carlson and Hugo, are they okay with being co-chairs? Because then we don't have to come back to that later.
Yeah, I'm okay.
We still have to come back to vote.
Yeah.
Right, but not on that particular item. So it would just have to be the entire motion. So yes, if they're interested in doing chair and co-chair, then we don't have to come back to economic development.
Right.
No, there's 3
Is the
people.
side dropped out?
There's 3
He
people.
didn't
Yes,
wanna
that's
be
correct.
chair.
Desai did not want to be chair. So we're only
Right.
looking, so economic development, chair and co-chair, Chris Carlson and Hugo Rodriguez. We can move on.
No, they both
No,
co-chairs. They can't.
No,
they
Chris
we
did not
decide.
respond. Chris
Who was
didn't.
the- Exactly.
Okay, I'm seeing a lot of unmuted people in this case, but more importantly, I'm hearing them. So
I'm not, this is Chris speaking, and I'm not clear in our committee structure how we operate with co-chairs versus chair.
okay, we at this point, Chris, with the Zoom meetings, a chair and a co-chair, one of you is going to moderate the meetings, just like Jeff and I are doing. So it's really a pairing is very good because it's not necessarily feasible for Jeff or I or Asai to attend all the committee meetings. So we may still be setting them up on Zoom, but we're not going to be necessarily moderating them. So that's one function for the co-chair. John and I have been working together for years, and obviously I'm the primary and I create agendas, but it doesn't have to be a primary, it could be an equal. Yeah, I think that would be established by the committee co-chairs themselves.
Okay, then I don't have a problem with co-chairing with you guys. I just didn't know if there was an intrinsic format that we've established and how that works.
We're learning as we go. And I see that Rosie's hand just went down. Okay. Communications Committee, Raheem, you still want to be the chair? Wherever Raheem went?
Totally open to having a co-chair if anybody's interested.
Yeah. Anybody want to be a co-chair with Raheem on communications? So Raheem,
Wow.
I had received an email that seems to have gotten lost from months ago from somebody who is a stakeholder who's interested. So I'll grab it up and forward it to you, and you can talk to her and see, and we'll come back next month if she wants an official standing. But she's a social media person.
Awesome.
Okay. Outreach Committee. Lizzie had indicated at the last meeting that she would be interested in chairing that. Gabby, you had emailed me, but Lizzie would really prefer to be a single chair. Is that, Lizzie can speak for herself. Is Lizzie still here?
Yes, I am.
So,
And Rosie also
Yes.
has her hand raised.
well, Rosie's hand just went back up, but it had gone down and now it's up again. So I'm sorry, Rosie, did you have something to say?
I'm sorry, I hit the button. I'm sorry.
And it's down again. Lizzie.
My cursor, move the cursor.
Yes, just reiterating what you just said. That's all.
So you would like to essentially be the chair of outreach?
I would prefer for now because I still need to structure things. I'm dealing with the fact that we don't how to do outreach without meeting stakeholders in person. So I still need to brainstorm that, but yes,
We'll figure something out.
I would definitely I would definitely like to be granted this opportunity.
Okay, Adriana has her hand up, which is kind because you could have just interrupted.
Rosie, I would be happy to work with you on outreach.
Thank you, Adriana.
I mean, Lizzie.
Nancy?
Yes, I just had a question. Who's in charge of our social media accounts, the Facebook and the Twitter? Is that under outreach or communications?
That's Raheem, right? Okay. Raheem, is that what you've been doing, or is that outreach?
It's communication, but I think some stuff, maybe Jeff has maybe been reposting stuff to our Twitter account, but it's not super active, right?
Well, okay, so we have a bunch of different things. So right now, all those messages that are going out on the e-blast are pretty much me, and I'm neither outreach nor communications. And Jeff, is this true that we have all that stuff for all the Facebook pages?
We do. I personally have the connections to the majority of UNNC's neighborhoods. But I and Raheem and others can add to the Facebook account, which I believe auto twits, but it's easy to extend editors on our Facebook.
Right.
But I've never done the Twitter.
Okay, well,
I had another question.
Well, I was going to say the nature of the question comes in part from the nature of these committee descriptions. So I would say sometime in the next few months that the outreach committee and the communications committee, which should be working hand in glove, might need to come up with better descriptions of what each of them are, so that we can figure out they would work together, but apart. So, Raheem is also, or communications has a lot to do with the technical side of things too.
Right.
So Nancy, what's your second question?
My second question is, who's in charge of the newsletter that was going out like a few months ago with all the COVID resources? Is that
would be me, and I have gotten busy at work, so I need help.
So then who would that fall on? Like, which committee would that fall under?
Well, Raheem, I guess. I don't know. All of us. We should all help.
Excited.
But in any case, that's a good question, because clearly when I got too busy at work, that the newsletter stopped going out as often. And in fact, I looked at it today, and the last one that went out was June 19th. Bad. We need more of these communications. But there's overlapping. So there's the president, there's the whole board, there's communications, which is Raheem, there's outreach, and how these intersect with each other is really an important question that I don't think we can get an answer to tonight.
Well, I would like to help with the newsletter if I could, but I don't know
Perfect.
which committee that would be.
Okay, wait, I'm gonna go find that thing again. Reaction. There we go. Thank you, Nancy. And I know I did get an email from you about a week ago. So
Jamie has her hand raised, and then Gabby.
Got it. And Dorit.
I just wanted to suggest that perhaps communications could be all the things that are reoccurring, like Twitter and Facebook and the emails and newsletters. And then outreach could be maybe things that are more particular and different than that. And that I also thought that I had heard Gabriella say
She would like to be
at our last meeting that she was really interested in that part. So maybe she's interested. I know Rahim mentioned he was looking for a co-chair. Maybe that's where that could happen.
Where Gabby could go. Well, Gabby's got her hand raised, so she's next, so she can respond to all of this discussion.
Yeah, I have experience in both communications and outreach, so either one I'm fine with. And yeah, we can definitely work together to make sure that we're doing our jobs right. But I'm happy to co-chair with Rahim if he's okay with that.
Okay, well, we're writing you down.
Absolutely.
Okay. So I see more hands up, but I'm writing down Lizzie for outreach and Gabby as co-chair with Rahim on communications. Dorit, you are next.
I was going to actually suggest Nancy might co-chair with Rahim just because she said she wanted to help out on
And the more the merrier.
communication stuff. So, but somebody already jumped in to do it.
Okay. Should we move on?
Yes.
Gabby,
Yeah.
do you need to have your hand still up? No. Okay. Public safety, I do have someone who has volunteered, who's not a board member, but I do not know if any board members also are interested in the public safety committee. I'm looking for my email. It's Oscar Marquez, who's from the Harvard Heights Neighborhood Association, and he's already very involved with public safety issues in the Harvard Heights area. So, and then Asai has his hand raised.
If I don't know the gentleman who you spoke of, but I wouldn't mind also being considered for public safety.
Right. I don't know him, but he responded to outreach from Steve Wallace and Mason Bendevald, who are, again, also very involved and engaged with the senior lead. You know, in other words, in the north side of our area, they both are involved with both Olympic and Wilshire. So mostly we've heard in the past from people involved with Southwest. I also I thought I had heard Isaac saying he might want to do this, but I for sure got an email today from Oscar Marquez, who definitely wants to chair or co-chair the committee. Dorit?
I was going to offer to co-chair if someone else is chairing.
Okay.
For the public safety.
Okay, so I now have Oscar Marquez, Asai, and Dorit. Dorit co-chair, not chair.
Co-chair.
So where do we go with this one? I'd like to say yes to the stakeholder, just to be clear, because that's our purpose is to get more people involved. But Asai, you wanted your hands back up, Asai. What do you think?
I actually am inclined to agree that the stakeholder from Harvard Heights should be considered, just because a lot of the representation there hasn't really been brought forth to the neighborhood council, and hearing a different perspective from that area would be great. So I'm all for that gentleman being in the public safety committee, and I will not want the public safety committee chair.
Okay, so
I'm actually also in Harvard Heights, so that would be two people from Harvard
Even
Heights.
better.
So that,
it's fine.
But that wouldn't be very cool if there's two people from the exact same area-ish.
Well,
So-
it should be really cool so long as you guys have public meetings and get more people involved. I mean, obviously, we'd want to have people involved from other parts, but I hear what you're saying. But these are meetings where we should engage more people anyway.
I know, but to what Asai had just said, it's nice to have some diversity. So aside, there's another committee I want to chair, so if you want to go back to being the co-chair of this, it's all yours, buddy.
Okay.
I'll stand by for now. I will figure that
Okay,
out.
I've written down Oscar Marquez, Asai. How's that? All right. So we have the homelessness liaison committee, and Tori had emailed me that she wants to continue as chair, and she wants to solicit Hugh Moore to be co-chair. I don't know if she ever talked to Hugh, and I don't know if he's still here because, again, my screen is incomplete.
Co-chair is fine with me.
Yay. Was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, got it down. The Jefferson Park Safety Committee, we have our co-chairs, unless anybody's quitting, unless anybody objects, is Nancy Cruz and Janie Williams. All cool?
I think maybe I want to step down.
Okay, that's fine. Janie off.
Yeah, I think that we should try and get a stakeholder to take over this committee.
All right. So are we saying?
May I weigh in, Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
As deputy of this grid, if we at least had a co-chair, and I know everybody's getting zoomed out,
yeah.
I can more effectively serve the community if we're having those meetings.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, at the moment here in the room, we only have 2 people well, no, we have 3 from Jefferson Park, including Lizzie. And nobody else is here from Jefferson Park. So Janie has resigned. Nancy, are you sticking it out or resigning as well?
I can hear the meeting, but it went away. So, something flashed up. What do I have to do to go get mine?
I guess, Jeff, like, what were you planning? I guess I'll stay for now, but I mean, we haven't held any meetings in the last few months.
Yeah, and that's where I think I'm getting hampered. I'm trying to be as much in touch with the community as I possibly can through email and my city cell and whatnot. But this is a good venue for Jefferson Park to really weigh in and for us to at least attempt a Zoom meeting where we can try to get it rolling again, I think would really be beneficial. The only issue here is I'm handcuffed, so to speak, since it's public safety or community safety. As your CD10 rep, I can't step up and be a chair or a co-chair. I am there to serve the community.
Okay, well, let's do this on this one. We'll take Janie's name off. Nancy, we can, Jeff and I can work with you. We can set up a meeting and maybe people will emerge who can take over because it doesn't have to be board members.
Okay.
Then,
yeah, that works.
Okay. Okay. The next one is FAA, Quiet Skies. Gavin, are you sticking that one out? If he's still here.
Yes.
Yes. Did you need a substitute? I mean, I know it's not really a committee that meets so much as you meet at FAA. Do you need a second person?
John had said he would do it a while back. I said, if something happened to me.
That was me. That was me, and Gavin and I have attended, I think, one meeting together, then they stopped
Okay.
from COVID.
So I'm just throwing in parentheses as opposed to co-chair John Arnold.
Sure, because I still hate the planes.
Right. But I mean, in other words, because this one requires a little more officiality, right? I mean,
Yes.
in other words, to attend the meeting and speak. So,
Yes.
Okay. We're moving on to recreation and parks. Nobody sat in that seat for a long time. Is there anybody interested in this committee?
I am, Dorit. I'd be interested in it but I don't know how to do the whole Zoom thingy. So I wouldn't mind help figuring out how to do the Zoom thingy. I'm you know, setting up meetings and all that.
That's
but I'd
fine.
like to. Cool.
Jeff and Asaya and I are all here to help.
As I remember, we elected Asai our Zoom
guru.
chair.
Yeah, Zoom
Guru.
Right.
Guru.
Okay, so
Guru.
I will chair. I'd love a co-chair or a, you know, an equal, if anyone else is interested.
Hearing nothing, let's see, let's set up a meeting and see if we can, you know, ruffle, you know, the bushes, as it were, get some help. Okay.
And as a Zoom guru, Laura, when you are screen sharing, if you go to the top of your screen where it says you're screen sharing, you can click on chat again from there, or participants again from there, and still see things while you're sharing your screen.
Well, I understand yes and no. It just, what I get on mine, I mean, it's interesting because now I'm seeing people across the top as you are sharing your screen, but when I am sharing the screen, it takes over the participants list and I get a vertical. So everybody's computer may be a little different too. Anyway, but right now I can see everybody. Public Works Committee. If this would be basically, like it says, the complete range of issues, you know, with all of the stuff we have in, you know, that our constituents want. The trees to be trimmed, that's not happening. Sidewalks to be repaired, probably not happening, et cetera, et cetera. I see that we have in there the word code enforcement. We had for a while had that as a completely separate committee. And I will say it doesn't really belong in Public Works because it has to do with building and safety and housing. So, so this would be more the My 311 committee, if anyone was interested. Seeing no hands and hearing nothing. The Elections Committee, and it's not necessarily urgent that we have this right this second, but we will mandatorily have to have an Elections Committee. Elections occur in the spring of 2021. And so I don't know if, you know, if anybody already is considering that they want to be the chair of the Elections Committee. Cordell was the chair the last time out. His term is up, and what I don't know, because he's not here today, is if he's running again or not for, you know, for another season on the board. Usually the chair of the Elections Committee has to be someone who is not running for the office. And Adriana, do you happen to know when we have to have an Elections Committee established? Has that been set yet, if you're here?
I'm here. Can you repeat the question? It was
Okay,
breaking
so
a bit.
yeah, at some point there will be a mandatory date by which UNNC has to have an Elections Committee, because, you know, it handles, among other things, the outreach for the board elections. But do you know when that, you know, do we have to do that tonight, or do we have a couple of months to think about it?
You have a couple of months to think about it, because right now we are looking into what capacity we have due to COVID. We're looking perhaps into doing vote by mail because people cannot physically be present. So even with us, we're still in limbo. So it gives you a couple of months, but the sooner we get it started, the better.
Okay. All right. The subcommittee on oil and gas reform, which, you know, whenever, is Michael Salmon and Steve Peckman, if that committee still exists. Anybody else wanted to take it on? Probably not. So let's move on. Hearing nothing. Okay. The So Sad Youth Committee. We keep getting people volunteering to be the chair, and then it never, ever, ever has meetings. So Najee, who has not been participating in these Zoom board meetings, was appointed the chair of it last year. If anyone wants to chair that committee, please let us know right now. Raise your hand. Let us know. Oh, Adriana. Hi. You're probably not raising your hand to chair the committee, I bet.
Yeah, I just have a quick announcement regarding this committee. Something very exciting that's happening. Right now, the city went ahead and put together a task force to develop a youth development department. So this is a very important committee right now because they just started meeting. This is the 4th month they're meeting. And it'd be great to connect, the committee members and the youth representatives to kind of have a say on how that department's gonna look like since they're starting from scratch on designing the whole concept.
Cool. Okay, Dorit.
I wouldn't mind co-chairing this committee, but I would really rather wait until school is back in session. So if no one picks it up by January, I'll co-chair it then. If we still keep this committee.
So obviously what I'm going to do on some of these committees, if we don't end up with chairs right now, I will have that narrow little thing and send another e-blast out to our stakeholders to see if anybody out there raises their hand.
Excuse me, just to confirm on this youth committee, Najee hasn't said that he doesn't want to chair it anymore. You just said
he just hasn't shown up to any meetings. I mean, in other words, at some point, his lack of participation may cause him to essentially not be on the board.
Sure, but I think we should determine what that.
I'm not eliminating Najee. I'm just saying I haven't heard back from him in response to any phone calls or emails. Okay. Environmental committee. So Kyle Pratt was the chair, and the reason he resigned from the board is he actually moved completely out of area. So he can't do it. Elizabeth Fenner has verified that she is willing and eager to remain as co-chair, but not able to be the chair all by herself. So does anybody want to co-chair environmental committee?
Now, does the chair have to be on the board?
No, not at all.
Okay, can I tentatively put Robbie there? The application that I sent to you, his brother passed away 2 days ago, though. That's why he's not on the call.
Yeah, no, I think we can not fill the spot, but I think only someone who has emailed us to say, I want to do this, can actually
Okay, I'll
do
pass
it.
on. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
So we have Elizabeth, and I'm having a little birthday drink with her tomorrow, so I'm going to try and get her to call a meeting, and then maybe also he can join us, or a co-chair might emerge from that meeting.
Okay.
Okay. So the bylaws committee, Cordell did not say he won't continue to be that. So I just feel like that committee, we can't redo anything with the bylaws anytime soon. There's an embargo for at least a year, but we may want to take a look at the standing rules. So for now, Asai, you have your hand up.
For the elections committee, I also think that anyone who's probably up for re-election probably might not be able to be a part of the committee.
I think that's true.
Just to clarify, as I told Laura before, the first year I was running after my appointment, I was part of the elections committee.
Right. I mean, we'll have to verify. I'm not sure if the chair can be running. I think maybe participants could, but we'll just figure that out soon, really soon. Adriana will help us to know who can be on the elections committee and when we really have to have it and what it's going to do, all those things.
Correct.
So Jeff, I see you've moved up the screen. We need to do a separate, the committee chairs has to be a separate motion than the alliance reps. Just because the alliance reps require individual BACs, because I have to provide that to Don.
Recommendation, read those who have been, who have agreed to be chairs or co-chairs, and then we will vote for the whole entire group.
Correct, just not the alliance. You've got the alliances up on the screen is what I'm trying to tell you. So if anyone is taking notes, I will say what our motion is. Well, I guess I could put it in the darn chat.
Can I ask a question first?
Sure.
I have a
I'm sorry,
community member
who's asking?
Hugo.
Thank you.
There's a community member who is thinking about being a chair of the Public Works Committee. He's interested in doing like trash pickup primarily, but
right.
he wanted to know more about it. And if I can't answer that to him with whatever you answer right now, if maybe there's not enough time, would he still be able to do it even though he doesn't get voted in right now?
Yeah, we can bring the ones that don't get done tonight. We can bring them back.
Okay, it would be for the next governing board meeting. That would be the official way to do it.
Right. So yes. So well, if he would have to, at this point, since this was on tonight's agenda, anyone who hasn't already emailed in to say I want to be on this, I want to be on that. I don't think I'm going to agenda a committee that no one has previously raised their hand for. But here's what I'm also about to tell you. I'm typing in everything we just did, but I have to separate it by semicolons, not by lines in the chat. So I'm going to do this as fast as I can and in shorthand, like P and Z. Laura. So I'm doing this as fast as I can. Sorry. And either Hugo or, not Hugo, either Jeff or Asai, if you can be watching for hands, because now I'm typing. Or,
are we ready to? Madam President, may I suggest an even shorter version of this?
I'm putting in all the names. And the
just,
reason is because we're voting on one big.
Right, you could read us
motion.
the names and then we could vote on that. Then you could.
Greg, I can actually barely hear you. I'm so sorry.
If you read us the notes, then we can make a motion.
Yes, that's fine. I'll do this fast. Community Impact Statement Committee, Jamie. Planning and Zoning, Laura and John Arnold. Economic Development, Chris and Hugo. Communications, Rahim and Gabby. Outreach, Lizzie. Public Safety is Oscar, Marquez, and Asai.
No, I'm going to not.
Okay, so Oscar, Marquez, and mystery other person we will find, maybe Isaac, because I thought he had said he wanted to do that, but we can't appoint him without his presence. Homelessness Liaison Committee is Tori with Hugh Moore as co-chair. Jefferson Park Community Safety Committee is Nancy. FAA is Gavin plus John Arnold as backup, which is a different sort of weird thing. Rec and Parks is Dorit. Oil and gas still Michael and Steve. Youth is still Najee. So we have to clarify. Environmental is Elizabeth Center, but she needs a co-chair.
Laura, didn't we have Rec and Parks?
Yeah, I already wrote the Rec and Parks is Dorit. Right?
Yeah.
Chair. Leaving Cordell at bylaws because he didn't say no to the email I sent today. And so bylaws is still Cordell. And I'm posting that. And so I need a motion that,
Make a motion that we approve the slate.
We have environmental co-chair.
Laura,
yes.
Naftali said he would like to be chair of the Public Works Committee. He just can't join. He's trying to join right now.
Okay.
Naftali?
Who would that be?
He's one of my neighbors.
Needs to be present.
He's actually trying to join right now, but he actually said he can't enter.
Okay, okay, let's do this. We can come back to him if he can join or if he can email me, but let's do this motion and just, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't think we can vote someone in who we haven't heard from in any way, shape, or form. And I don't think we can wait on the motion right this second because it is 10 o'clock.
I make a motion that we approve the slate of committee chairs and co-chairs as presented.
Nancy seconds.
Okay, somebody's talking to somebody else on their non-muted thing. Thank you. As presented. So Greg moves, who seconds?
Nancy seconds.
Okay. Okay, now unmute because I'm going to call the roll as fast as I can. Asai.
Yes.
Dorit. Yep. Gavin.
Yes.
John.
Yes, 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 yes.
Is Carlos still here?
Yes.
All right. Still here, sadly ineligible. Tori.
Yes.
Gabby. Sadly ineligible.
Ineligible.
I know. Jorge is absent. Laura is a yes. Hugo. Is Hugo still here?
Yes.
Paula.
Yes.
Raheem.
Yep.
Isaac absent. Maria absent. Hugh.
Yes.
Cordell absent. Is Michael absent now? Kimberly? I think he's gone. Chris?
Yes.
Greg?
Yes.
Nancy?
Yes.
And Jeannie?
Yes.
And Lizzie?
Yes.
And Najee is absent. So it's passes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 absent, 2 ineligible. Okay. Jeff, you can move us on to the alliances. So the budget representatives and budget advocates, we have already voted. That's Nancy Cruz and Hugo Rodriguez. And then yay for Hugo. He's also from that group, the budget reps, has been elected as a budget advocate for South LA. My internet's is giving me notices of instability, so I may be having to go off and back on. The LA Neighborhood Council Coalition, LANC, meets the first Saturday of the month. Now that it's on Zoom, I've been attending, but I don't want to necessarily be our rep. UNNC has never had a rep. They make all kinds of interesting citywide motions. And if anyone would like to be that person, it's the first Saturday of each month from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. We can vote for you. Is anybody like to be the rep? Chris, hand up. Hands down. Chris, were you volunteering or wanting to say something?
I was volunteering.
Okay. Great. Well, I move then that Chris be selected. We have to do individual motions. The UNNC representative to the Los
Madam
Angeles.
Chair, why can we not do this as a collective?
Well, Adriana, you tell me. I was under the impression that these are one-offs. Is that true or not true? These are official, done, supported alliances. So what do you think?
You can do it individually. It's up to you. It's up to the discussion of the board. The only things that we do require to have one-ups are things that are regarding financial matters.
Okay.
Because you need to have BACs. But when it comes to things like this, you can go and
Okay, well, that's even better. Perfect. Okay. So I'm writing down Chris. The South Los Angeles Alliance of Neighborhoods, we've already voted for Dorit and Janie as our 2 reps. And then the way it's handled is that the neighborhood council presidents are essentially also participants. So unless any of you are resigning, nothing, we're moving on. The Emergency Preparedness Alliance meets the last Saturdays at 10 a.m. And again, we do not have a rep. This is, again, a citywide alliance between neighborhood councils. It's not about COVID. It is about earthquakes, fire, figuring out, CERT training, if anybody's interested in that. Hearing none, moving on. Neighborhood Council Sustainability Alliance. Elizabeth is our official rep. We can elect a second rep. And Janie, were you still interested in that?
Yes.
Okay. So that would be, is anybody else interested in that? Okay, I'm writing Janie's name down. This thing is moving too fast, Jeff. Are we on the next one for sure? Okay, Plan Check. So Plan Check LA is the land use alliance. It meets the second Saturday of the month. I was actually one of the founders many years ago. Have not been going personally because I didn't want to drive to Holland back on Saturday mornings. I've been lurking, but I would really prefer somebody else, if somebody is interested in land use, to start representing us there, because the representative gets a vote. Anybody gets a voice, but the representative gets a vote. So if anybody's really interested in land use, this is a great alliance to join on our behalf. Oh, I see so many raised hands, not.
What time is Saturdays that usually end? Because I have to be at work by noon.
Yeah, well, yeah, 1 o'clock.
Okay, for that I can't do it.
Tori,
Laura.
you have your hand up?
Yeah, I was gonna say, now can Robbie do that one? Because I know he specified that he wanted to be involved with land use. So
He wants to be a what?
He wants to be involved with planning, zoning, and land use.
Got it. Well, then let's get him onto a Zoom meeting next month. We can appoint it later. But it meets the day after tomorrow if he wants to just check in. In other words, anyone can attend. They just cannot vote on our behalf. I will send out the information. I'll forward the information about it to everybody. Nancy.
Okay.
Laura, I might be interested too, but I'm going to check it out first.
Okay.
Yeah. Right.
All right. So I'll send out the info. Chris?
I would, the committee, the emergency preparedness.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyone else?
I'm leaning backwards and throwing you on that too. All right. Okay. DWP advocacy and MOU oversight. The MOU is the memorandum of understanding that it's a legal document that was signed between neighborhood councils, Dunn, and the LADWP. I don't know exactly what they do, but what they really focus on is the ratepayers. Gabby.
I'll volunteer for that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
I was gonna do that one.
Okay. And there's 2 new alliances. One is brand new. Well, both of these are brand new. The LGBTQ+ Alliance of Los Angeles Neighborhood Councils. Its second meeting will be on Thursday, August 20th, and they're really asking every neighborhood council to find 2 people to serve as reps. Is there anybody on the board who would like to do that?
Madam Chair, I have a question for Adriana.
Sure. Go ahead. Just ask.
Adriana, with the alliances, must they be on the board in order to represent? Or can the board represent someone who's not on the board to be a representative?
Yes, that's a great question. I do not have a concrete answer to it because every alliance has their own way of running. The one that I know for sure is the SLANC Alliance, South Los Angeles Alliance of Neighborhood Councils. They do have specific requirements where the president automatically has voting rights, but the president has to appoint 2 board members to go ahead and represent the board. And they would prefer that it's a board member because there's a lot of updates that involve board members that are being discussed. And some of those updates have language that are very, that might be unfamiliar with people who are stakeholders and it will require more training. That's why some of them have those preferences. But I can look into it and I'll send you an email with details about the requirements if that's something you like.
Okay, because I bet, Jeff, I bet you're asking because you would like to be on that alliance.
I would like to be chair or co-chair, but I would also appreciate.
Well, it's not a chair, co-chair, it's a representing UNNC at the alliance.
Okay,
Yes.
But there's 2. So I would like to put myself up for one and I would be more than happy to have an ally.
Okay, so I think we can vote on you, and then between Adriana and I, we can figure out if they allow non-board members. Right, because
yes,
I mean, it's brand new. They probably haven't even thought about it yet.
But
Yeah, they have it in their
exactly,
bylaws.
which is why I'm calling for allies as well.
Okay.
It's listed in their bylaws that general membership is authorized to appoint stakeholders in Los Angeles. So it seems like you may be able to do it, and I can send the link for the bylaws of the LGBTQ Alliance to both Laura and to Adriana.
I didn't know they already had bylaws. That's very cool. Okay.
So I would like to put my name out there, but I would also welcome any allies.
Okay. So is there anybody else who wants to be our other alliance representative? Because they really are asking for 2. And I'm hearing nothing. So for right now, Jeff, it's 1, but I will go to that meeting with you, find out more about it.
You bastard, you.
Okay. Just saying.
Meetings that night I gotta go to.
Okay. And then again, for the Public Safety Alliance, well, wait a minute. So is this something you want to do aside? Dorit's got her hand up. Or is this something you want to do? Wait a minute, Dorit, you have your hand up.
Yes, I had my hand up. I would like to do it. I just need to know what night of what day it is, because there's so many other committee meetings that might get in the way of.
Well, I recently got an email contact information, so I'll email the email. I don't know who the person is. I'll email the email and copy you, but we can tentatively appoint you. And if you aren't able to attend their meetings, then we'll revisit it.
Super duper.
Okay. And was there any second person who would want to be on that Public Safety, the Neighborhood Council Alliance for Public Safety?
I'll do it. It's Tori.
Tori, you want to?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll check it out.
Well, okay. Check it out or be appointed a rep.
Well, let's look at it, and then
you'll decide.
Review it, and I'll let you know as soon as we go. As soon as you let us know what night.
Right. Well, or day. God knows. I don't know.
Our day.
Yeah.
Our day.
Yeah, because I think a lot of these not all of the alliance meetings are daytime. So we're gonna say NCC Chris Carlson, emergency preparedness Chris also. Can't spell. Chris. NCSA, Janie. And this is not undoing people who already have positions. So I'm going to write Janie and just say plus Elizabeth. Nobody yet on Plan Check LA. We're going to all, people are going to check that one out. DWP is Gabby. LGBTQ plus Jeff Camp, and public safety Dorit and Tori is who we're doing, but they may not. I spelled so crappily, but that's the list. Okay, so again, like we had before, be a slate, a motion to approve the slate.
I'll make the motion to approve the slate. It's Dorit.
Right. And is there a second?
Paula seconds.
Thank you. Okay. Slate of NC Alliance. Hang on a second. Reps. Okay. Unmute yourselves. We can do this fast. Asai.
Yes.
Dorit.
Yes.
Gavin.
Yes.
John.
Yes.
Carlos. Sadly. Is Carlos still here?
Yes, sorry, had to unmute.
Okay.
He can.
I know, ineligible, but I still
Yep,
have to.
we know.
Tori.
Yes.
Gabby.
Ineligible. Wait, we didn't miss one, right? Number 10, the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot.
I just saw that right now as I'm.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. You're right. Okay. Well, let's just finish this vote and then see if we even know what those are and if we need another vote. So sorry, you guys. Laura's a yes on this. Hugo?
Yes.
Okay. Paula?
Yes.
Raheem?
Yep.
Hugh?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Greg?
Yes.
Nancy?
Yes.
Janie? Has Janie dropped?
Sorry, no, I'm here. Yes.
Okay, Lizzie?
Yes.
Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, yes. Darn, I didn't do all the absences this time. So we have 1.
We don't need that as long as you have a majority vote. You don't need to.
All right, and ineligible is 2. Well, on the BAC, I do keep count, but we probably don't need it for minutes. All right, so the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment has also requested that the NCs appoint liaisons, a resilience liaison and a data liaison. Adriana, do you even know what these things are, frankly? Do we know what they are?
Yes, so right now our department is actually working on fine-tuning the roles and responsibilities for both of these opportunities to be liaisons. I can tell you for the data, we are going to be launching, well, before COVID, we were doing data trainings across the city. And essentially in our webpage, for those of you that are interested in this position, we have EmpowerLA/data. We have a whole bunch of data that's tailored towards you, and it involves 311, homelessness, you name the issue, there's data there. And you can break it down by the neighborhood council. You can see story maps, and you can learn how to play with data to kind of strengthen your CISs and really complement the work that you're doing in your neighborhood council. So that's essentially what you will be learning, is how to analyze the data, how to create story maps, which is really good, especially for building your resume. Everywhere you go, data is used nowadays. So strongly encourage those of you who are really, or want to learn about technology and data to sign up for this opportunity.
Okay. So who's into data and, you know, math? Anybody? And also, do you think we should be appointing, or should we wait till we know exactly what they're looking for?
I would personally wait, but unless you're someone that's super passionate, then, you know, by all means go for it. But I would wait, because that is something that I personally requested from our department, is a list of all the liaison opportunities, because some of them might not be so active as others. And there's right now our department, just so all of you know, is suffering. We did have a small budget cut. It was actually a good chunk of the budget cut. So in our team, for example, we used to have 5 people. Now we only have 3. So the capacity in terms of us supporting alliances and also developing capacity building for liaisons has diminished a little bit. So.
Okay.
Jenna, what does it mean to be a resilience liaison?
For that one, it's more so for emergency preparedness. So for this,
oh, I see. Okay.
So for example, learning about, especially for COVID, opportunities for people to start making an emergency plan for an earthquake or any type of disaster within the city, it would be the point of contact.
So how is that different than the NC Emergency Preparedness Alliance?
That's part of the reason why I asked for the descriptions.
Seems like this one is more for directly tied to the mayoral directives rather than only emergency. So it has many other areas, of expertise that we'll work on.
They're still defining it. That's part of the reason why, if you check our website under liaisons, it's under construction, because they're revamping everything and they're really taking the time to discuss what the rules are, because it is your time is very valuable. We want to make sure that if there's already a emergency preparedness, you know, space, and then we have a resiliency, then how do we make sure that we're not doubling the efforts that can be done and concise into one liaison?
Okay, so Tori, I see you have your hand up, but if it's okay with you, because it's 10:30 at night already.
And you know, well, why do you do that to me always, Laura? Why? I just have a quick statement. That resiliency has to do with someone more detailed when you learn how to do triaging and making sure everything is detail oriented and taken care of at that moment. So it's a lot more hands-on, and I just wanted to say that, but that has to do with like real emergencies when somebody's ready on the spot to go and organize the people at that moment.
Thank you, Tori. Madam Chair, may I make a suggestion moving on to the next item and setting that for 10 minutes and extending time with approval of the board?
Yes.
The next item meaning the entire executive committee for 10 minutes, right? Not one item on it?
Correct.
That's 3 items. That is fine with me. Okay. And Raheem is here. I'm going to share the screen. This is the, well, actually, I should ask Raheem. I'm going to share the screen. We need to vote on the actual proposal for our website contract. And so I'm going to share the screen, but Raheem will present. And the question is, did everybody read this? That's the question. And I'm not quite prepared to share the screen because I forgot to open up the document. So, Raheem, if you don't mind.
I can do it.
You have it? Okay.
I do.
Great. Raheem.
Yeah, so the very, very short of it is that we adjusted the proposal. Ann Zoomwinkle, who does our website stuff, adjusted her proposal to include some additional duties she's taken on during COVID. That, of course, has increased the price a little bit. And it's all there in the proposal.
Right. And I would add, because of COVID, is that what it looked like in the share? So sorry, you guys. Oh no, that's the summary, Jeff. Let me see if I have the actual contract. I mean, I know I do. I just don't know where I have it. So while I'm looking for it, other thing that's happened because of the virtual meetings is that there's just a huge amount of work related to setting up these meetings. And if all of our committees are successful, Anne and her team will also be, I'm sorry, I'm doing two things at once, looking for the contract, will also be setting up more of our advanced agenda packets. I mean, there's just, as it's turning out. Oy. Okay, Jeff, do you now have the contract up?
Yes, I do, for man.
Okay, so,
So since everybody had this ahead of time, can we just open it up for questions and see if there are none so we can just get to
right.
the vote?
Are there any questions? Nancy?
Yes, I just had one regarding, it said in the contract that she could give us statistics as to like how many people are visiting our website. Is that in addition to the quote, or that's already included in the quote?
That's included. That's included. Yeah, it's something that I talked to her about when we did the first contract. It's not something that I've followed up with her about to actually get, but we can.
Okay, awesome.
Okay. So again, just to explain, Raheem does much of the interfacing with Anne and Doug Bland and the other members of the team, but now I also have to, because just to have a single meeting online virtually, we have to have an advanced agenda packet created with a URL. That goes onto the agenda itself. Then we do a Zoom meeting, we send out the agenda, then it's posted, and then, there's just a lot of work that was not anticipated that has to be done via her, essentially. And so every time we do a meeting, there's another probably 30 minutes involved total. She's not really charging us for all of the time, and as well, the contract says give her, 48 hours notice, but frankly, for all of our agendas, we're giving her sometimes 30 minutes notice that they need posting and they need it right now. So adding 2 hours to the baseline per month seems reasonable to me. Are there any other questions, comments? All right. So the motion would be what's on the agenda. It's approve the 2020-2021 contract for Zumwinkle.com. We discussed the contract. So approve the updated contract proposal for the new fiscal year for UNNC website and maintenance and activities, and related summary scope of work. Estimated 6 hours average monthly, total annual amount not to exceed $5,400. Raheem, is that your motion?
Yep.
Okay, and is there a second?
Great, I'll second it.
Okay,
Madam Chair, 5 minutes.
that's fine. Is there any other comment? Okay, I'm calling for the vote. This is a funding matter. So Chris, you're also at this point bounced to the ineligible category, sorry. Asai. Oh, please all unmute yourselves.
Yeah.
Is that a yeah? As
Yes.
in yes? Okay. Dorit.
Yes.
Gavin.
Yes.
John.
Yes.
Carlos.
Yes.
Eligible. Tori.
Yes.
Gabby. Still here?
Yes. Ineligible.
Okay, Laura's a yes. Hugo.
Yes.
Paula.
Yes.
Raheem.
Yeah.
Hugh.
Yes.
Chris. I'm bouncing you to ineligible. Greg.
Yes.
Nancy.
Yes.
Jamie.
Yes.
And Lizzie.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 yes. And I have the other ones written down. Okay, the next item is the project update. It's just a real quick report on our face mask distribution. Do we need to share that screen? Dorit, can you wear your other hat and just give us a quick update? This was all in the events agenda packet.
Yes, we gave out, I'm speaking now as as Neighborhood Homeless Coalition, the West Adams chapter. Trained volunteers from the Neighborhood Homeless Coalition passed out masks to our unhoused neighbors within the UNNC boundaries. We had 100 masks that UNNC donated. We gave 2 masks per person, along with other items such as care kits, which included a roll of toilet paper, hygiene kits and other things, and an encouraging note and information about COVID, bottle of water, food bars, and other items. There's some statistics that you all got. I don't remember the statistics of who got what. We did not, with the 100 masks, we were not able to get everyone in the UNNC boundaries, but the Neighborhood Homeless Coalition donated more masks to us to make sure that we're gonna get everyone in the UNNC boundaries. But you could read the report yourself because it was in your agenda to see what neighborhoods got covered.
Thank you. Is
Madam
there
Chair,
any questions or comments? I know, Jeff. Any questions, comments? Seeing none.
Good work, good work.
Yes, thank you very much. Good work. The next item, which could be such a long discussion, but I'm hoping not. Reimagining public safety, the SLANK initiative to develop a collaborative joint vision statement, report from the recent SLANK meeting. And Dorit, that would be back to you, but we have anything yet to report?
I'm not going to report on the meeting right now, just on the joint venture. And the joint venture, we have gotten no written material yet for, and we could really just throw that to public safety and have public safety discuss it, where they could have a longer time to do it than 5 seconds that we got right now.
Okay, well, does anybody think we even need to vote on that, or just because we now have a public safety committee gonna re-up itself, should we just automatically assume it gets put in the right committee? Anybody object to that? No, don't need a vote?
I'd like to add a quick note that if you haven't done so already, copy the information from the chat and weigh in on the public survey that is being put out by the City Council to reimagine public safety, LAPD, and nonviolent responses.
Okay, that got placed into the chat way long ago.
Towards the very beginning, yes.
Perfect. So you guys, some of this stuff I will email out just in case you forget to save in the chat, even though we keep telling you to do that. Okay, moving on. Janie, you're up. Proposed CIS Community Impact Statement regarding Council File number 20-0838, permanent slow streets. The entire CIS text is on your agenda. Janie.
Janie, can you do this in 10?
I could do it in less than that. We rolled out our Slow Streets program, and we also delivered flyers to all streets, all houses on all streets that were impacted. The flyers had a survey link to them, and we also distributed that survey through social media sites here in Jefferson Park. And from the survey, it was clear that the vast majority of residents were happy with slow streets, wanted them to stay, and actually wanted permanent infrastructure to make their streets permanently slow streets. So there is a motion going forward to make slow streets permanent, and this is a CIS in support of that motion.
Okay, so the motion by Janie is to adopt the CIS, which is on our agenda. And does anyone need me to read that out loud? or to reshare? No. And is there a second? Okay, I will second. Just move this along. So moved by Janie, seconded by Laura, that we adopt this CIS to make slow streets permanent. Rahim.
Just a question about what, because right now they're just like temporary little like A stands, right? So what making them permanent would look like what? Would the street be completely shut down, or would there just be like a barrier in the middle to like encourage people to not come down the street?
That hasn't been completely agreed upon yet, but it would likely not be completely shut down. It would be some kind of like part of the street being blocked to kind of discourage traffic from cutting through neighborhood streets. And there might also be at intersections what do you call
Roundabouts.
yeah, there might also be roundabouts at intersections, but that hasn't been specified yet. That would be another motion at another time.
Well, and one more question, follow up, just and then would making the Slow Streets program permanent, like would only neighborhoods who are involved in the program right now be eligible for that program, or how is it decided what neighborhoods get the Slow Streets program?
You know what? That I don't think that's in the motion either. And that's a very good question that I'll be paying close attention to, because I think a lot of neighborhoods have since applied to Slow Streets and haven't received them yet. There's a lot of interest, and there's other neighborhoods that just didn't have the resources or the know-how to apply. So yeah, it's a good question.
Okay.
Can I hop
yeah, Jeff,
in there,
you're next.
Janie, first and foremost, I want to recognize Janie and all of her hard work that she did on behalf of UNNC in getting a major portion of Jefferson Park outfitted with slow streets. The avenues are next in line, and I know from DOT that it was kind of like a pilot program when they first started it. They are starting to see success, and as a field deputy, I can guarantee you that roundabouts and making these slow streets a little bit more permanent are going to add to the quality of life of many neighborhoods.
Right.
So, Janie, thank you. And UNNC, I would encourage you to definitely show support for this CIS.
Right. And I will say that the main thing is I've received a number of emails, meaning not Laura, but president at UNNC, from other UNNC neighborhoods saying, why not us? So, but the thing is, I think the steps are make the program permanent. That's what our CIS is about. And then how to apply it equitably is the next question. Because, you know, I think what Janie found out is they're saying yes to a neighborhood that has 40 volunteers, and they're not even responding to neighborhoods who aren't demonstrating 30 or 40 volunteers. And maybe those neighborhoods didn't know that they were supposed to have that many volunteers, or they're a different kind of neighborhood. But anyway, if there are no other comments or questions.
Just one more thing really quick.
Sure.
I think it is a great program. My sister-in-law lives in Jefferson Park, and I've driven through there, and I think it's great. I think my questions kind of are looking for answers to the equity piece of it, because
right.
I think that's an important question to ask first and not last, because you know I think it's that important.
I agree with you 100%, and I think that Slow Streets suffered, its reputation suffered because the first neighborhoods that they rolled out happened to be in some of the richest and whitest neighborhoods of our city. And then they hired a team to come on and really focus on trying to help neighborhoods that didn't have neighborhood associations or block clubs set up to apply, to kind of help them go through the application process and get it done. And they've been focusing since that first rollout, they've been focusing on trying to get more neighborhoods in South LA, but it is complex. And they actually did roll out Jefferson Park before any other UNNC neighborhoods because it was south of the 10. It's not perfect, and I am also concerned with the equity issue, but it is something that they're aware of at this point, and it's something that I'll be definitely keeping my eye on as it continues to go forward.
I would love to see something about that written into the CIS, then into the text of it that we're submitting, just so that it's on the record, and if we all agree that it's important and it needs to be kept at front of mind, I think that it should be in the text.
So would it be something like UNNC, however, expresses its concern about the equity and the manner in which it's being rolled out? I mean,
if you like,
we add to this.
Sorry, I can take a jab at trying to fix it and send it out to anyone who's interested. And no, I can't. Okay.
No, Brown Act. The thing about CIS is
But the board can give the executive committee to approve the change CIS on behalf of the board.
But wait a sec, let me, again, back to Adriana. On CISs, and again, this is not a challenge question, I really don't know the answer. I think, Adriana, you're gonna find out that a lot of us may have been on the board a long time, but we were not on executive committee and leadership. Does the CIS, the final CIS, have to be voted on by the entire board, or can we refer it for this fine tuning to executive committee and give them authority?
It has to be board by the entire board.
Entire board. So if we could just add a sentence in the Zoom box, or 2 sentences, Raheem, maybe we can get this going, because I think Janie wants not to wait a whole month.
Yeah, I'm totally in support of adding a comment about equity now, and if that's okay.
So it'd be, so UNNC, however, expresses its concern about equity in terms of where and how this program has thus far been applied. And would, I mean, now I'm making this up, and would like to see more neighborhoods included. Can it be that simple? I'm going to post this in a second so that you can see what I just wrote. That may not be what you're trying to say.
I think you captured it.
Okay, Janie, what say you? Because it's your motion. It's Raheem's expression and your motion.
It's included. More neighborhoods included in areas that don't
this might be too broad, but maybe in historically underserved neighborhoods.
Yeah,
I like that verbiage. Yeah, and historically underserved. Yeah,
areas.
I got it.
Thank you.
Do we need to include something about them providing the support to be able to do that, right? Because it's not, I guess the issue is that these neighborhoods don't have the ability or capacity or information, I guess.
Right.
Well, I think what the city is saying, Janie, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that they don't want to put it in a neighborhood where there's not enough people to keep the signs up.
So there's two issues that have come up with equity. One is that neighborhoods that are more organized were able to apply more quickly, and they were going about it by granting whoever applied first to roll it out to them first. So that was one of the issues with equity. Second is in keeping the program. So one of the problems with keeping the program with the impermanent infrastructure is that without proper information given to residents and without proper support from residents, and just sometimes because of just a few people, signs end up getting stolen, taken down. There's a lot of damage, and you do need quite a lot of volunteers to maintain it. For the permanent outroll, that shouldn't be so much of an issue. You don't need volunteers to keep the permanent infrastructure there. So yeah, a little bit different, but.
Okay, well,
Chair, this matter is now at 12 minutes.
yeah, I was gonna say, someone's about to tell Madam Chair that we're taking too long. So would it, I recognize I spelled things wrong historically, but the idea here of what I posted would be an addition to what we already have. And it would have to probably come, if we add this, it would come in between the second to last paragraph and then the last paragraph. So the last paragraph would have to stay the same. Therefore, we would like to reiterate our support for Council File 200838. So this could come after the 88% would like the program to be made permanent. Next paragraph, UNNC, however, expresses its concern about equity in terms of where and how this program has thus far been applied, and would like to see more neighborhoods included in historically underserved neighborhoods, period.
Or would like to see more historically underserved neighborhoods included.
Okay, I will, better English, okay, ... would like to see more historically underserved neighborhoods included.
Yeah.
Okay, like that. So much better. You'd think I was a writer, but not. So that would be, but again, it'd be inserted between the second to last paragraph and the current last paragraph. It'd be the new second to last paragraph.
That's fine with me.
Okay, and I was the other mover. So that's the CIS motion. Does everybody understand what we just did?
Yes.
Perfect. So, calling for a vote. Asaya, I'm so sorry because I always catch you by surprise. Unmute yourself. What's your vote? Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. Dorit?
Yes.
Gavin?
Yes.
John?
Yep.
Carlos, so sad. So sad. You still here?
I don't think so.
Uh-oh. Okay, well, I'm moving on. Tori?
Yes.
Gabby?
Ineligible.
Thank you. Laura, yes. Hugo?
Yes.
Paula?
Yes.
Raheem?
Yep.
Hugh?
Yes.
Chris? Is Chris still here? Absent. Greg?
Yes.
Nancy?
Yes.
Janie?
Yes.
And Lizzie?
Yes, and thank you, Janie, so much for this.
You're welcome. Thank
Yes,
you.
Janie.
14. So it's 14 yeses. All right. Oi. Okay, so the next agenda item is a twofer, but it has to be two different motions, I believe. This is the Council District 10 Neighborhood Council's collaboration on Zoom or other platform candidates forum. We've already voted that we're a participant in the virtual event to hear from the two LA District 10 candidates. And this event as again, a candidates forum. And we are collaborating with many, if not all, of the other CD10 neighborhood councils and a group of neighborhood associations as well this time. So we're a co-presenter. We have to have two motions because Carlos Carrick, our new board member, is already involved with the effort, but we did not ever appoint him to be one of our representatives, so we need to do that. And then separately, we have a funding request for this effort. So rather quickly, can we have a motion and second to appoint Carlos Carrick Sr. to be one of our reps to this effort?
Make the motion that we appoint.
I can't tell who's speaking.
This is Greg. I make a motion that we appoint Carlos to that position.
Okay, and is there a second?
Yeah, second.
Is that Tori?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, is there any discussion? Are we all good to move? We're good. Okay. Asai.
Yes.
Dorit?
Yes.
Gavin?
Uh-oh.
He's here.
Yes.
Okay, you guys can unmute yourself. John?
Yes.
Carlos isn't here, but he knows about this one. Tori?
Yes.
Gabby?
Ineligible.
I know. Laura, yes. Hugo? Did we lose Hugo?
No, he's here.
Yeah, sorry, I was pressing the buttons wrong. Yeah.
Okay. Paula?
Yes.
Raheem?
Yep.
Was that a yes from
Yes.
Raheem? Okay. Hugh? Hugh?
Yes.
Sorry. Chris? Oh, she's left. Greg?
Yes.
Nancy?
Yes.
Janie?
Yes.
Lizzie?
Yes.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 yeses. 1 ineligible. Okay, and then we have a funding for this effort. I need to post that one. I hope I have that one up somewhere. Okay, so Raheem or Nancy, if you could present while I'm looking for the actual piece of paper, as it were. Either Raheem or Nancy. I have to look for the piece for the funding request.
Nancy, you want to take this?
Yeah, either one of you. And I'm so sorry because I have to go look for it.
Okay, I'll go ahead and start, Laura.
Thank you.
In connection with our participation in this candidate forum, we've been asked to provide monetary money to support the outreach efforts. Each NC is responsible for their own outreach efforts, and so we, as with Carlos and Raheem, discussed how we can go ahead and outreach and advertise this candidate forum. And so we are proposing a combination of using funds for social media ads through Facebook, as well as printing out posters and potentially postcards that can be left in certain store locations that are open, so people become aware of the candidate forum.
Okay, so I shared the screen, the page that has the numbers. Everybody see that? Or anybody see it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We are seeing it.
Thank you.
Total amount is $742.25.
Yes, and Greg, I'm having trouble hearing you, but that could be. I turned 66 today. My hearing may not
No,
be great.
it's me. It's me. It's me.
Okay.
It's me. I'll talk louder and clearer.
Thank you.
And not so soft and comfy like I'm trying to comfort people. Okay. Yes.
Okay, so I don't know if there's I'm not in the position to see hands raised, Greg. Well, I don't mean Greg,
Okay.
Jeff. Is anybody have their hands raised? Is there any discussion on this at all?
I only have one comment, and Raheem just got booted out. I'm letting him in.
Okay. All right. Unstable Wi-Fi. Which, is that your comment that you're letting Raheem back in the room?
No, I actually have a comment on this, and it's
Okay.
not negative, or it's only precautionary, and that is that. And Raheem, welcome back.
He's
Greg has got his hands up. I saw Raheem come in.
yeah, he's here. Raheem's
There
back.
he is. Okay, all right. A precautionary measure is, should this get approved, make sure that on our Facebook account that any boosts or ads are tied to the current P card.
Yep, that would be mine.
Because
we
because I
switched it
want to
to
make
mine.
sure mine or Denise Jackson's
No, they're gone.
or Jeff Bowen's don't get charged.
They've been canceled.
Okay, so let's make sure that the current P card is tied to the Facebook account.
Yep, it's mine. They put mine on there, right, Raheem?
Yeah.
In
You
January.
don't have-
Yeah, the one I got in
Yeah, yeah.
January. Yeah.
Yeah. Unless you have a new one, then yeah.
No. No. Because Hugo doesn't have one yet and Isaac's was canceled. So we do need to verify that. In fact, we have some other things we need to change to the one I have, but yeah. Greg.
So on the items that we're printing, the postcards, will we be giving these to distribute in our neighborhoods, or what's the plan for that? And then also the posters for the stores, will the group distribute those amongst in the different stores?
So Raheem, I think you can take this, but I think these are up to amounts, and I don't think the team has decided if they're even doing the postcards yet.
Yeah, I think Nancy still wants to do the postcards, right? Like, or there was an idea that we could like leave stacks of postcards at businesses that are still open. We're definitely not going to encourage anybody to go door to door to distribute postcards right now.
No, can't do that.
Yeah, we're
but
trying to figure out. Oh, go ahead, Raheem.
No, that was it.
Yeah, I think we're trying to figure out the balance between, reaching out to those that have access to social media and then those that don't. And we're open to ideas if other people have them regarding how to reach out to people right now in the time of COVID, because like Raheem said, I don't think we're not going to ask anyone to go door by door and drop off these postcards if they don't feel comfortable.
Right. So, and we're not really actually authorized to go door to door. I mean, that's one of the things that Dunn is really not wanting board members of neighborhood councils to be doing. And I obviously, the reason we're bringing this tonight is we cannot wait another month. The clerk's funding team would require that we turn this in at least 30 days in advance. And so that would be no later than the 19th of August or 20th of August. So I know these are up to amounts, but I'm gonna guess that they might make a decision not to do the postcards because they don't know how to put them, but we need to, this is our chance, our bite at the apple, as it were, to approve. Again, I can't tell if any other hands are raised because I can't see them. Jeff?
No, we are clear.
We are clear.
And I'll just say, I think it's a good idea to print some postcards. 1,000 postcards is only $120. Like, we'll have postcards to leave at businesses. Businesses are still open in our neighborhoods that people are going to. So I think it's the best thing that we can do right now that will still allow us to outreach to people who aren't connected to our social media.
Right. Well, I think that's the issue, isn't it? That if we only use social media, we're only reaching media savvy people. And yeah, and everybody is a constituent of the new council person, whoever that ends up being. So you can be a person who can log on to Zoom and still not be social media savvy. You know, you can figure out how to log on to Zoom to hear this. So I guess the motion is to approve the funding request up to, I've just lost the dollar amount. It's now 742. I had this up.
742 and
$742.25.
Yes. Did you
And
just make the motion?
Who's
But
making
it
that
is an
motion?
up to of 750.
No, the thing on the agenda is up to 750, but the actual funding request at the moment is 742.25, which is almost up to 750. So I'm going to ask Greg, does it matter? Do we need the exact dollar amount on the motion? Probably. Yes, no. We don't know that it's really exact. What if it's off by $1? Do we? What do you think?
Did they put on the document up to 750?
No, our agenda.
It's on the agenda.
The agenda says 750. The funding request
We need to go by the
actual
funding
dollars
request.
added to 742.25.
We need to go by the funding request.
Okay.
I would like to caution that because there's going to be tax and shipping involved.
There's the tax is already calculated, and it's
the agenda. The agenda listed 750, and that's what was noticed to the public. So I recommend that the 750 up to the 750 be approved, and anything under that is approved effectively.
Who's speaking?
That was Gabby.
Okay. I don't care either way, but I just need somebody to make a motion.
Whoa. Well, my motion would be that whatever they put on their document is that what we should make the motion for. So
Okay.
if they put 742, my motion would be that
Raheem and Nancy, can you live with 742? Because we want to get out of here.
Yes,
we can write
there's
it
no
in
reason
750.
for us to be talking about $8 for this.
I know. I'm
Deal
just
with
saying.
742.
I know.
Thank you. Who's making? All right, great.
I made the motion.
Greg made the motion.
Yeah.
Who's seconding?
Great.
Okay, thank you. This is a funding motion. So Chris isn't here anymore anyway, right?
Yes.
Okay. Please unmute yourselves. Asai.
Yes.
Dorit.
Yep.
Gavin.
Yes.
John.
Yes.
Tori.
Yes.
Gabby and Laura, yes. Hugo.
Yes.
Paula.
Yes.
Raheem.
Yep.
Hugh.
Yes.
Greg.
Yes.
Nancy.
Yes.
Janie.
Yes.
Lizzie.
Yes.
Motion passes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Boy, Greg,
Laura, can I just add something?
Sure.
Great. So now that we are co-sponsors, we get to submit questions that we want asked of the candidates. So Raheem and I will be collecting those, and the deadline's August 19th. So
Okay.
you could go to your stakeholders to ask them what questions they have for the candidates and then submit them to us by email. We'll be collecting them. I'll send an email out as well.
Perfect.
Would it be okay to post that on the Facebook community pages?
Yeah, if you could post that in the community pages, that would be great. Once we have the flyer, I'll send that out as well. And if you guys could post that to the Facebook pages, share it with your associations, that would be great.
All right, thank you.
Okay. So I want to move on really quickly. Communications committee, there was just somebody, I don't remember who, made a request that you give us a quick update regarding governing board emails, but also the UNNC Facebook page. I don't remember even who asked me, but the emails, I know what that's about.
Yeah, well, first, if everybody who's able could turn on their camera just for 1 minute, make sure you're presentable.
Oh, right. Yeah,
Let's
everybody,
see.
right, exactly. Oh, I should take my glasses off
Who's
my.
not complying? Hugh, where are you?
Tori.
Okay. Where's
John Arnold, are you still here? There he is.
Hugo, where'd that hair
Nancy.
come from?
Smile. Smile for the camera.
All right, hold
Not
on.
long.
Hold
Smile for the
on.
camera.
Take a few.
So my camera says it's
All
being
right, ready?
blocked.
1, 2, 3. All right, one more. All right.
I'm
Who
gonna
else wants
move
to get
back
the
a little.
camera?
I'm in
Come
too much
on.
light.
Everybody
Okay.
make a funny face.
Silly face.
No.
Let's go.
There we go. All right. It was
All right.
just me. Cool. Now, so on to the emails thing. So I sent everybody an email last week. We switched our email server. Doesn't have, basically what we have the ability to do now is everybody can have their own email, access to their UNNC.org email account. Dorit has been a guinea pig, and I think it's been working okay for you. You can say so if not. But basically, if you want to be able to send emails from UNNC.org email account and receive emails to that email, we have instructions. I have instructions I can send you on how to set that up on your phone or your computer, however you want to get your emails. Just you can keep your emails separate if you want to. If you prefer to keep your email forward in place and just continue to have your emails forwarded to whatever personal email account that you have set up, that's totally fine too. But with this new email service, we're able to provide that option. So yeah, that's the email update. And then I don't know what anybody wanted me to say about the Facebook page.
Well, are we? I think the question simply was: who's posting to it? It looked really up to date, but I don't. None of us.
It must be Jeff because it's not me.
Yeah, it's been me, Laura.
It's you, Jeff. Okay. So are we coordinating at least with Raheem so we know what's being posted?
I'd be happy to if Raheem wants my contact.
Okay, well, Raheem should be at least one of the admins, but it is up to date, which I was very happy to see because I realized I have no idea.
Raheem, are you not an admin?
I am an admin. I never pay attention to it. But yeah.
See, it's part of the communication channel, Laura, and that's always been a problem, and will probably be for a problem for a while longer, especially with now communications and outreach. But if we make at least those chairs admins or posters, the ability to post on UNNC, that will help keeping it filled. I'm just basically putting city stuff on there because that's part of my job.
Okay.
Do we
Well,
also have
so
a
Raheem,
Twitter
when
account?
you have your next communications committee meeting, maybe. I mean, the difficulty about being the admin of a Facebook page is what is it we're trying to put there? And I know this because I've by accident become the admin of a different organization's Facebook page, and everybody has a different idea of what Facebook should even be. So, I mean, like, should we be posting restaurants that are reopened? Should we be posting city announcements? I mean, what should we be doing? But that should be a recommendation from your committee back to us. Not a discussion tonight, but perfect. Okay, Treasurer Greg, you are up.
Alrighty then.
At
Okay.
2 hours late, but you're up.
Okay, here we go.
Greg, give me a time limit.
He wants 15 minutes.
I will try to go faster than that. So I'm gonna do a screen share.
I'm gonna set you at 15, my friend.
Here, Greg, I'm making you a co-host.
Okay, yes, thank you. Okay, so let's do this document first. Can we see? What do you see?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, so let me go to it also. Okay, so this is the June MERS. As you, hold on, I need to minimize something here. Okay, so this is our final statement for the year. Please remember that when we were looking at our May MERS, we had questions about how they came to the balance of our funds. We spoke with the city several times and we came to the agreement that some money was taken away, but it was added back, and so it balances out. So this is our final statement for the year. The net availability from this MERS was $12,583. We did with our encumbrance, that was deducted, and so you will see that when we look at our budget for next year, we had a carryover, but you'll see that later. But I'll just scroll kind of slow so you can see the expenditures for last month. And then after we're through with this, then we'll need a motion to approve the June MERS.
Okay, so Greg, are we supposed to approve it as presented or approve it with an acknowledgement that there were some, what was that phrase? Ugh.
Mysteries.
Some mysteries, yes.
No, I think we can approve it as is because the money that was taken was all put back.
All right.
So everything is balanced out, and we'll be able to show you that in detail in a minute. So
the motion is to approve the June MER.
Yes.
MER.
Yes.
Is there a second?
Dorito second.
Okay. Are there any questions? Comments? Nobody's
okay,
gonna
don't
ask.
stop sharing that.
Okay. So let's vote. Please unmute yourselves. Sai.
Yes.
Dorit.
Yes.
Gavin.
Yes.
John. Did we lose John?
No, I see John's name.
John.
Arnold.
He's looking for
We
the.
never want to ask where they are for the moment.
Yes, because it's tired. It's tiring sitting here all night.
It's embarrassing because that's where they could be. Tori.
Yeah.
Yes.
Gabby. No, Gabby's here. If Gabby's here, is Gabby still here?
Don't see that name.
Ugh, absent. Laura, yes. Hugo.
Yes.
Paula.
Yes.
Raheem.
Yep.
Hugh. Did we lose Hugh too?
Or I'm here. This is John. I'm yes.
Okay, good. Is Hugh here?
Hugh's name is still posted.
Okay. Well, I'm going to absent him for the vote. And Greg,
Yes.
Nancy,
Yes.
Janie,
Yes.
Lizzie.
Yes.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 yes. 1. No, that's it. Are we down to quorum, bare quorum at this point, you guys?
13.
No,
one
that's
else.
quorum. I understand that that's quorum. I'm just saying, are we about to lose quorum?
We have quorum, but if another person leaves, the meeting will end.
Okay.
Okay, so the next document is more for your information. It is a detailed report of our spending for the year. So this is you always see this with the MERS, or you have seen this in the past with the MERS. It's just a summary sheet. But what I provided for everyone to review at your leisure is looking at each line that we have, like for neighborhood purpose grants, all the different items that we purchased or funded, the total amount, for neighborhood purpose grants. Then under the area of office, which include money for food and postal and things like that. That's the money that we spent there. Post office. Then for outings, that was also put under office, which you may need to tighten up where we put these funds at. Site hosting, money spent there, total amount spent there. Total amount spent last year for our webmaster. And then we go into outreach. Then outreach related to the election forum that we had, Facebook. And then the different outreach projects. And I know I'm going pretty fast on this, but I'm just giving you an overview so you can look at it later if you want. Then the different outreach events, funding that things that we sponsored, things that we participated in. And then Ring Central, we have an answering service. And then this is also under outreach, but it was related to our web page. So total expenditures, and then the balance. But this is a detailed sheet for us to look at. No action on this, but it's in the file in case anybody wants to look at it in greater detail to find out where we spent money in more detail. Any questions about it or anything you want to see again?
Thank you.
Okay, all right, stop sharing that. Then the last thing I want to share is we need to look at our budget for this upcoming year. Okay. So this is, we received 32,000. We need, because we need to approve this based upon our rollover funds. So we do need to have a motion on this. We received our initial funding, which we already talked about. We received here our rollover funds, $8,587. We still have the additional Clean Street funds, which is set aside, and that gave us a total amount of $40,587 to program, which of course does not include this additional Clean Street funds. We have, go ahead.
Where's the $3,996 of encumbrance?
That is included in here.
No, it's not there.
Yeah, it's, okay, so there is nothing posted yet specifically for our encumbrance funds, but when they put the money back, it came in here with our rollover funds.
No.
Yes.
No, because we rolled over 8,500.
This is, yes. Okay, so
Well,
if I go
can you
back,
just check on that? We don't need to debate it tonight.
yeah, I don't need to check it.
Thank you.
Because, so, okay, so remember when we looked at the 12,000 from last year? Okay. All right, so the encumbrance funds were taken out. Okay, the encumbrance funds were taken out, so, all right, never mind, I'll move on. Okay, so then from the amount of money that we have, most of these are our traditional funds that we have set aside. This amount, governing board meeting refreshments, it was like $2,000 before, but because we're not having those meetings, that amount has been reduced for planning purposes. Everything pretty much else is staying the same, except for the web page maintenance. We have increased, as we just voted on, we have increased our amount for web page management.
Excuse me, Greg, 5 minutes remaining.
Okay, so that amount has increased based upon what we have just approved. We still have money set aside for business cards. Advertisements, the same. Event expense, $5,500. World Harvest, $5,000. We're looking at neighborhood projects and school projects for schools and part of our outreach. And then our neighborhood purpose grants. And then we have 1,000 earmarked for election. Okay? One thing that I do want to add is that when we look at our money expended or planned to be spent, we're looking at our rollover as almost a cushion fund, a savings account, because all of that has not been programmed in these lines down here. So that's just funds that we have almost in savings to use if needed. Any questions on the budget? Because we need to approve that with the new rollover funds. Questions?
I don't see any hands raised. So, Greg, do we need to vote? I mean, you've moved some stuff around.
Yeah.
Is that a yes?
Yes, we do, because I need to resubmit this again.
Okay.
With the
3 minutes.
Okay. So again, my only concern with all of this is we had voted to encumber, $3,996, and they approved it, but I don't see it.
Right.
And I know we'll have to vote on it again, but I had thought they had given it back to us in the total, and it doesn't look like it's back in our total. I understand everybody's working from home and it's very confusing. So I don't mind voting on this because we have to, but as long as you once again ask the same people who you've been unfortunately had to have millions of meetings with already about where's that money? What is this all about? So does anybody else have any comments or questions, or I know we just want to move on. So is the motion to approve the revised budget?
Yes.
Thank you. And did you make that motion, Greg?
I'm making the motion now. Let's approve
Okay.
the revised budget.
Okay.
With the rollover funds.
Who seconded it? Raheem? Did Raheem second?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Is there any other comments? Okay. Unmute yourself, please. Sai.
Yes.
Dorit?
Yes.
Gavin?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Tori?
Yes.
Laura, yes. Hugo?
Yes.
Paula?
Yes.
Raheem?
Yep.
Is Hugh still here?
Yes.
Thank you. Greg?
Yes.
Nancy?
Abstain. I have to step out.
Okay. Janie?
Yes.
And Lizzie?
Yes.
Okay, so we have yeses are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 yes, 1 abstain. Okay. Oy.
I'm done.
I gotta talk so fast. President's report. We have updated. Oh, I'm gonna talk fast. Updated bylaws. I haven't even looked at the most recent version that got sent to us, and then they said, no, ignore it. So we have updated bylaws. Hopefully they're right. The neighborhood council elections update. At the moment, our election is scheduled for Tuesday, June 8th. The neighborhood council elections will be on Tuesdays. And they're not anticipating people walking into polls at this point. This is all subject to change. It seems very likely it's going to be vote by mail, and they may have found some money to do that. That's all I know. How to place items on the agenda. Several people have asked. So it's just a reminder. If you want to place an item on the executive committee agenda or the governing board agenda, no later than the Thursday the week before, but better earlier than that if you want to request putting something on the agendas. Now that we have our committees better in place, oh shoot. Yes, Greg, I thought, was it on our agenda? Greg just shot me something. I will come back to that in a second. Now that we have our committees in place, the committees will be able to also submit in advance, so we know they're on the agenda, what their agenda items are. So if they're big deal agenda items, they would be submitted to the Thursday before the executive committee, so we have a sense of it. Or you show up to executive committee and say, blah, 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 this is happening and I'm going to need to talk about it at governing board. That's what I usually have to do on land use because I never know for sure. But we cannot do this after, we can't push it later because we have such trouble with the digital agendas. I'm skipping D, report from the Neighborhood Council Presidents and Chairs Alliance. E, is there any reason anyone wants to talk about E tonight? I think not. And Greg just texted me to ask, are we voting on Janie's funding items? Did I remember to put it on the agenda and just skip right over it? Or is it not on our agenda, Greg?
I guess it's not on the agenda.
It's not on the agenda, damn. Oh, and I know we're being recorded.
It is not on the agenda. I was wondering about that too.
Damn.
It's administrative.
It is administrative. Okay. Well, you know what? It could be just part of your treasurer's report. I mean, you have
Madam Chair.
What?
I would like to remind everyone on the board, it's not easy being president.
Yes. and she used the foul word twice.
Oh my God.
I know it's so bad, but at least it was not the other bad word.
Yes, we're getting better. We're getting better.
Okay, hang on.
You see it in there?
No. Yeah, I don't. So that's
Okay.
on me. But so remind us what Janie requested approval for some money for staplers, a staple gun, staples. Isn't that administrative? Can we just?
Yes, it is.
Is it in your budget?
Yes, it is.
So
but
do we
it
need
cannot
to
be
vote?
decided on. No, it can't be decided on tonight because it was not on the agenda.
No,
But Janie,
Jeff, that wasn't the real question. The real question is if we have in our budget administrative expenses, can we buy a staple gun and some staples?
I would think so, as long as we put a UNNC label on it and it's the property of UNNC.
Yes, we can buy staple guns.
All right. Well, I apologize because it is not on the agenda and we all knew it was supposed to be on the agenda. So
As I said, a president's job is not easy.
Greg,
How much
Greg,
is it for?
Everybody's talking. Greg, can you just ask tomorrow, shoot off an email to the funding team and see if we can go ahead and spend that administrative money? And if not, I apologize to Janie.
I'm sure we can.
Okay.
We'll get the staples.
So I'm going to table.
It's only like $20. 20,
I know.
I know someone asked how much was it, so I'm just answering the question.
Okay, what I'm saying is the El Presidente, although that's a male word, put all of her stuff at the end of this agenda, and it's 11:37 at night, so I'm going to have to table, even though it was an important item. But I just don't see us having the time to deal with it unless somebody objects to me tabling my agenda item.
Nobody's going to object to that.
Right. I didn't think so. So meeting is Janie has her hand up. Meeting's not quite adjourned.
Sorry, I heard you do the quick run through about agenda, but we kind of about how to get things on the agenda. But we kind of also discussed having a document. Is the document attached somewhere?
No. What we discussed at governing board, I guess I should tell everybody, is recreating. It's a board package that tells you everything you need to know about being a board member for UNNC. So a couple of years ago, executive committee had created such a package, and Jeff was involved. He sent it to me, and it's a great template, but it's woefully out of date. So it has the wrong bylaws. Anyway, we're going to recreate that and send, and put in how to put something on the agenda. Here are our new bylaws. Here are the standing rules. What is a neighborhood council? That one's not out of date. Planning 101 is out of date. There's just a lot of stuff in it, but we're going to recreate that and get it out to you via PDF, and then we will discuss whether you want it printed or not, and we'd have to do a funding request for that. So to Janie's point, I will try and write up something real quick on how to do agenda, place on the agenda, and also how to write up agenda items, because and get that out to everybody.
Yeah, I think we had just discussed that for the agenda.
I know.
Having that as an attached document to the this meeting, so that it was just very clear, because I know there was a complex issue, in fact, about how some things could get on the agenda at later dates and some things couldn't, etc. But maybe for the next meeting we can do that. How about?
Please.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody else? Because I almost adjourn the meeting. So can I adjourn the meeting?
Yes.
Please do.
Yes.
My phone is dying.
Okay, I'm just saying.
Good night, everyone.
I'm gonna eat some
Thank
chocolate.
you.
Jeff brought me some chocolate.
Happy birthday again, Laura.
Happy birthday, Laura.
Mwah.
Good night.
Happy birthday.
Good night.
It's almost not even your birthday anymore.
Good night.
Stay healthy.
Welcome.
Stay
Happy
safe.
birthday.
Welcome.
Birthday, Dory, too.
Yeah, happy birthday to Dorit as well. Don't skip that.
Laura, the meeting went so long, it's almost not your birthday anymore.
I know that. Well, I do have to say, I'm not gonna call out the board member, but there's a board member who's told me that even though y'all hated it when the meetings went past 9 o'clock in the room, and now that everybody's comfortable at home, that it just doesn't seem to matter. I disagree, because frankly, I'm not at home. I'm at work.
And Laura and I have had very long days today.
Yes, that's
just like
true.
you guys have too, but we have done city stuff on top of city stuff all day long. And now it's time for us to get the last, I don't know, half hour for a drink for us.
It's 20 minutes, but who's counting?
Hey guys, I signed up for the antibodies testing at the Crenshaw site.
Did.
Right, but did everyone see that Hugo's let his hair grow? Yeah.
I'm trying to look like Jeff Kent.
Hugo, show me your hair live and I'll show you mine.
Great girl.
Sideburns and all.
Hair.
Hugo, let me see you. Let me see your hair, and I'll show you.
No, he's showing you.
I'm showing you.
He's showing you now.
My
So
speaker.
Let's see Jeff's hair.
Yeah.
Jeff, you gotta show
Oh,
it.
that's long, you know.
Yeah.
Jeff still doesn't have his video on. What are you gonna do? Jeff, you made a challenge. I'm not seeing you.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, you didn't
Here we
keep your
go.
side of the deal,
Hugo,
Jeff.
Hugo, I could see that. That's pretty good. You got some fast growing hair there.
Okay, so
Have you got some in? Have you got some?
Okay, guys. All right. Shalom.
Have you got Indian in you, Hugo?
I agree.
I got
Have I had what?
Not everyone.
Do you have Indian in you?
Good night.
Yeah, a good maybe 1/3 indigenous.
What? Okay,
Yeah.
I'm an 1/8 Cherokee, so
Yeah. No lack of hair.
I'm gonna go live and I'm going.
Well, Jeff is my cousin.
Wait, Jeff, I'm not gonna hair.
Cousin Jeff. Jeff, we can't see you yet.
Jeff is my cousin.
Here he comes. Look at his hair.
Hello, Jeff. Cherokee Nation.
Wait, but you've cut it, right, Jeff? Because you had it like
Jeff
that when I
doesn't want to
first met
show
you.
his COVID hair. Jeff, look, Jeff doesn't
You're
want
on
to show his
mute.
COVID hair.
You're on mute, Jeff.
Hugh does not like me to show my ponytail, but I mean, you look at this.
That's
Oh my
long.
goodness.
That's long, dude.
That's down here, and then let me try to get a back view. Hang on.
That's definitely Fabio hair. Definitely Fabio hair.
You got
That's
some
cold,
work there, Hugo.
Yeah, I have like a year left, maybe. Now, I haven't gotten Fabio, but people have told me Che Guevara.
There you go.
Oh, you just need the
A beret.
cap.
Okay.
All right, you guys.
All
All
right,
right,
guys.
see you, Raheem.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye. See you soon.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
See you Sunday, Hugo.
Okay, I'm going to end the meeting.
Okay.
Bye.
Good night. Happy birthday.
Thank you.